players who are caught gambling or taking steroids than they do players who are involved in sexual assault. That's the way the league has designed its system. It's out of whack. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. But that's what the rules have been. They've been antiquated and out of date. And the league obviously got caught in situations where it made rulings that it regretted, that they came under fire for. And that's why the league got out of that business and turned over matters like this to the judge. And that's why the league is in such a bad position right now.
Will the NFL appeal? That's next. SportsCenter all night at ESPN Radio.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
I was driving in this morning, getting here like around...
Talking to people?
Nah, I started flashing people.
Whoa!
Well, not like that.
Do you get better results?
The hell, Jay?
The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. The top headlines are next on SportsCenter all night.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Cutting the price of your wireless bill feels good. Really good. Actually, it feels great. You should try it out. So cut your bill by switching to Straight Talk Wireless. Now offering our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with 5 gigabytes of hotspot and nationwide 5G on America's largest, most dependable networks. The $45 Silver Unlimited plan from Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
A month equals 30 days. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Eagle Shows presents the Oaks Gun Show this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. Don't miss one of the region's largest gun shows with over 1,500 tables. Buy, sell, or trade. From guns, rifles, pistols, and ammo to military surplus, uniforms, medals, and more. The Oaks Gun Show this weekend only at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. Minutes off Route 422 in Oaks, PA. Friday 1 to 7, Saturday 9 to 5, and Sunday 9 to 4. Tickets are just $13 a day, or get a 3-day pass for $30. Get yours at the door or visit eagleshows.com.
Hi, it's Cuz. Is your summer weight loss plan not working out as well as you hope? Look, hope is not a strategy. This is what you got to do. Contact njdiet.com today. They will contractually guarantee you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Just go to njdiet.com. Their program starts with bioenergetically personalized supplements that are based on your saliva, your hair, and your blood work. And then NJ Diet uses DNA testing to create your ideal diet plan and workout regimen to help you keep the weight off. You're not sure you can do it alone? NJ Diet's with you every step of the way. You're fully monitored by their certified staff to make sure you're burning fat, not just losing water. You'll also get the doctor's personal email and phone number. NJ Diet is committed to you keeping the weight off. It's all natural, no shots, no hormones, no surgery, no prepackaged foods. Locations close by: Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, Cherry Hill. Worldwide live online video consultations. Call them. 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com and lose the weight for good.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. With gas prices at all-time highs, now's the time to donate.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With your donation, you'll receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher, so donate today.
For over 35 years, Health Partners Plans has been proudly caring for people in the community. Our nationally recognized Medicaid plan offers a growing network of doctors and hospitals so you can get care close to home. Health Partners can help you get the care you need, including doctor and hospital visits, prescriptions, immunizations, eye and dental care, and more. To learn more, please call 1-800-553-0784 or visit hpplans.com. Health Partners, trusted care where and when you need it.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
The show starts now.
That's right. What's going on, y'all? The John Kincade Show here on a Tuesday morning, August 2nd. 97.5 The Fanatic. Devon Givens in for John and Bob, as Bob has these Tuesday off, alongside with Jamie Lynch and Pat Egan, Connor Thomas, Eric Coach Camille hanging out with us as well. Haley Taylor in the back, making sure we are live and local on the YouTube. Is that what they call it? The YouTube?
That's what the kids are calling it
these days. They call it the YouTube.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's good to be with you guys. What's going on?
What's happening? Just another lovely Tuesday morning in the Delaware Valley. Another 97-degree day or so bearing down on us.
And it's following it?
Yeah.
98,
Thursdays are supposed to be 98, 100, 105 in the heat index.
Too hot.
Yeah. I wish something was hot down at Citizens Bank Park. Hey-o! Because last night was boring.
It was busy.
It was busy around Major League Baseball, that's for sure.
But not with the...
not at one Citizens Bank Park way.
No, it was not. Pat, what's going on? Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. Thank you.
It's cool. Thanks for having me.
Good to see you.
I don't really have anything else going on. I got to be honest with you. This is pretty much it. Yeah,
Connor,
it's
good morning,
Tuesdays suck.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good with Tuesdays. I'm good. It's a busy day. We got 12 hours now officially until the Phillies make Jamie realize that he shouldn't have been worried about anything.
Hey, Bob asked us yesterday, how positive are we about this team making a deal? We said, all of us said 100%.
I mean, something's got to happen.
Still have time. Right?
Something.
6 p.m. is the trade deadline. Still have time, and we will get to that. But we do have to start off with our morning Mindbender. As always, something to twist our brain a little bit, and that is with Eric Coach Camille. What's up, Coach?
What's up, man? Good to see you in that seat today.
Hey, man, I'm usually in this seat, so
that's true. Just not at this
not at this time.
Not 6 a.m. That's correct.
Clearly, Coach isn't listening to your show, huh? It's a glowing recommendation.
No, Devon knows I listen just about every night.
Yeah. What you got for us?
So according to a poll that was taken by Living Magazine, the number one pet peeve of from wives against their husbands is this. What is it? Jamie, this has to be you.
Yeah,
I have two thoughts.
I think I got it.
One is flatulence, and one is a listening issue.
Of course, you would go there, right, to start off?
I mean, every wife hates when their husband's busting ass, right?
Do they?
Yeah.
All right.
I was going to go with snoring.
They might get used to it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking listening is the real one.
I was going with not being proactive and making plans, leaving it all up to the wife to make
I definitely do that.
Yes.
Because I suck with calendars.
I've been there.
Yeah, but like when you make the plan, it's the wrong plans.
Yes, everything's wrong.
But they want to see they want to see you do it.
It's the effort thing.
It's the effort.
Shut up, man. You're not even married. I don't want to hear from you.
Effort.
Like, it's ridiculous. It's okay, where do you want to go eat? No, where do you want to go eat? Because wherever I pick is going to be the wrong place. So let's just nip this in the bud. Tell me where you don't want to go. We'll whittle this down together. This isn't just going to fall on me. Because there's nothing worse than pulling into a parking lot of a place, and then it's...
You see the look on the face, or... oh, okay. The deep side.
And then you give the what? I didn't feel like Italian today.
Okay.
Who the hell doesn't feel like Italian today?
Yeah.
Huh? Who doesn't like a good fettuccine?
That's my vote. That's my vote. I'll go with that.
I think we all have pretty good guesses.
Yeah, I'm going with listening where Jamie was. I think it's a listening issue.
All right. Are we close?
No. All good answers, though. All good answers coming from married men.
2-minute man.
Number one pet peeve from the wives. Leaving the toilet seat up.
Ah, that was obvious in
right?
hindsight.
I don't get that.
I get it all the time.
I never did that.
You know, you have 3 girls in this house now. I'm like, one of them's still in diapers, so chill out with that.
75% chance one of you catches it then. There you go. Look, the odds are in your favor. There's only one of me. There's 3 of you.
My argument is always, well, it's just as easy to put it down as it is to put it up.
Some would argue easier. You just got to tap it and then it just closes. You got to exert all the
one
force
that's
to lift
that
it up.
automatic one down.
Yeah.
But it takes the same effort for you to put it down as it does for me to put it up.
Well, I'm actually agreeing with the wives on this one. Not that I have that problem.
Yeah.
But I do close it because, again, I have 3 daughters.
Yeah.
So I made sure that wasn't a problem.
Devon, did you ever have one of your daughters fall in?
No.
I almost did that at work last week. It was terrifying.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Upstairs.
You didn't look at the toilet?
I didn't look.
How'd you not look?
I don't know.
I always check because I'm worried there'll be a snake in there.
Yeah.
You ever seen those videos of the snakes that crawl
Yeah, they're
backwards up the
horrifying.
pipe? I know it'll never happen, but I always got to check just to make sure.
Can't say never.
Like we always say, that's in Florida.
Yeah, I
That
almost
happens
broke
in
my
Florida.
wrist falling into the wall to catch myself at
But
the last minute.
I've never had that happen because I think I was just really aware of making sure that my daughters didn't fall in the toilet. That I was proactive in making sure it did not happen. So that's the pet peeve for the wives against their husbands. I haven't had that problem. Jamie has that problem, but I haven't had that problem. Doesn't seem Pat has that problem. Pet peeves, though, in general, I have a few of those myself.
When do we get to dish on the ladies, huh?
Well, with the ladies or in general?
Our problems with the misses, Where's Living Magazine's? Where's our pet peeves,
I don't know.
Coach?
We can start that poll, though.
It's 2022.
I swear Coach just made this magazine up. Like, no one's heard of Living Magazine. And by the way, nobody subscribes to magazines other than doctor's offices in 2022.
Nobody's heard of Living.
I do.
That's pretty good.
I've heard of Living.
Martha Stewart Living.
Living
That's
Magazine?
why it's Martha Stewart. His old flame,
all of a
so he
sudden,
wants to,
exactly.
he's trying to get back in her good graces.
We all know that that's a front, Coach.
Yes.
That is a front. Living Magazine is
for
a
the
front
Mexican
for Martha.
drug cartel.
Yep. She's Wendy Bird.
It's well known.
Wendy Bird. Well, look, we're trying to live pretty easily going here for the next 12 hours, Jay, as you talked about, with the trade deadline, 6 p.m. Eastern, with the Phillies. Not doing anything yet, but so much going on. And one of the things that happened yesterday, again, was nothing for the Philadelphia Phillies. We thought something might happen. A flurry is starting to go with all these teams, from the Brewers making a big deal, right? Or you have the Baltimore Orioles sending players out. So many others, but none going to Philly. Every time something came up, and I saw Connor do this yesterday with one player in particular that had a PH in his last name.
Fam.
And Connor thought it was the Phillies. It was not. The Phillies haven't done anything as of yet. Are you guys starting to worry with the things that have already gotten underway?
Well, I did think Jose Quintana was going to be one of their targets, and he got moved yesterday. I mean, you're lying to yourself if it's not tough to sit there and watch the Padres, the Astros, the Brewers, the Cardinals, the Braves, the Mets, the Yankees, all playoff teams, all be aggressive. And Alex Anthopoulos down in Atlanta, again, some outside-the-box thinking, makes 2 or 3 tinker type of moves. Nothing huge, but you just get the feeling that one of those guys is going to pay big dividends for them in a playoff run, because that's life as a Phillies fan. And I do still think he'll do something here in the next 12 hours. I don't know what it is at this point. They keep talking about this defensive center fielder. I don't really think Matt Vierling's glove is that bad. So I look at that as almost a lateral move. I want a bat. I want a top of the order, decent average guy that can get on base for these big boppers to knock in. I'm reverting to old school baseball here. I want that near 300 hitter that you can pencil in 1 or 2. I know Segura and Harper are coming back, and I feel like they're just going to say, well, we're getting 2 additions to the team in Gene Segura and Bryce Harper. When you spend $224 million, like, this is the most you've ever invested in your team. Why stop now? Like, go do something of substance.
I hear that, and you're right, because I do want a bat as well. But then, Pat, were you a little shocked that Quintana, who we all talked about last week, is that they faced off against the Pirates? He went against them. They got to him a little bit, and, hey, the stories are, what's going to happen? Is this going to be, hey, you walk across the dugout later on and you'll be a part of us. You travel with us, take on the Braves. Are you surprised that, or a little disappointed that he jumps to the team that you're head up facing off with that third and final wild card spot? He goes to the Cardinals.
That's more of it for me.
Yeah.
Is the fact that he's going to the Cardinals.
Right.
I'm not.
Not that he didn't come here, but just more that he went to the Cardinals.
Padres and Cardinals. Padres ahead, Cardinals below.
Yeah, I'm not ahead. I'm not like in love with Jose Quintana. I'm not banging the table for Jose Quintana. He's having a good year this year, but primarily he's been cooked the past 4 or 5. So it's not like I've been clamoring for some Jose Quintana. It's just the fact that the Cardinals made the move and you didn't. And to Jamie's point, it seems like yesterday everybody was making moves. I don't know what Dave's doing exactly. He might have taken the day off.
He's telling people that the price is too high for starting pitching.
I'll tell you right now,
but they're paying. But others are paying.
Yeah. If this is a situation where at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. Dave Dombrowski joins the booth, right? T-Mac welcomes him in the fourth inning, and he sits there and goes, well, the way we're looking at it is our trade deadline, our acquisitions are going to be Gene Segura and Bryce Harper. I'm going to throw something at the TV. Mm-hmm. I don't mind that your price right now, you don't like it or whatever, but if you're going to try to sell the fan base that your quote-unquote trade deadline acquisitions are injured players returning, I'm having no time for that. Because you already had holes to begin with those guys in the lineup, and the fact that you haven't made a move. I still think that they will make a move, but it's getting to the point where there's so many moves that have been made that it's going to be kind of impossible for me to. I don't see the fan base enjoying trade deadline day. I don't see any move they make the fan base going nuts for. I think we're going to walk in tomorrow and there's going to be a lot of angry Phillies fans with no matter what they do because they just watched a bunch of teams be, to Jamie's point, proactive and they kind of sat back.
Like a guy yesterday, Tommy Pham.
I would have faced him.
Basically goes for nothing. A player to be named later. Now, this is a move last year if you're the Atlanta Braves. They threw a wide net. They just grabbed 3 or 4 guys that had some pedigree and were established major league pretty good players at some point in their career. Tommy Pham is a guy that's, hit over 20 home runs a couple times. He's been that 75 RBI-ish type of guy, decent average. He's a major league ball player. He's having a down year, but he was free. Why not grab him and just cut Odubel? Why not grab him and just cut somebody? Just grab him. Just grab him. A player to be named later that could possibly help you in some situation this year. Can he play center field still? I don't know. I'm not watching Tommy Pham every night. Probably. He's only 33 or 34 years old. I just don't understand why a move like that isn't something you just cast a wide net at. He's an established big league player. He's better than what you got. It's that simple. We have a very low bar here to improve a couple key spots on this team. And look, I'm a powder keg. I got 12 hours. Hopefully I don't explode. But I don't understand their vision or plan right now.
Yesterday we were all 100% that they're going to do something. Now with, now less than 12 hours, what do you think?
I'm still 95%.
95%. I'm still 100.
Yeah, I'm probably still 100.
That they do something.
Yeah.
Something.
They'll do something. I just don't think the fan base is gonna like it.
No.
But keep in mind, the fan base hated last year's trade.
I didn't hate that one.
You talking about Gibson?
Oh my God!
Right. Spencer Howard's almost a 6 ERA this year.
Dude, I was doing backflips that they got anything for those two guys, and I hop on Twitter, and of course Phillies Twitter's like, "Hold on, not so fast there. All right, this trade sucks." I'm like, "All right, you guys."
Connor?
Yeah, I'm 100%. And Jamie, you said a couple things that are interesting that I think you got to hear yourself say to know where this team's at. So what you just recently said is the bar's so low to improve.
A couple spots, yeah.
Exactly. So they can still improve those spots. The bar's so low that you can get guys that are marginal upgrades to other teams that are bigger upgrades here that are still available. And the other thing you said, you listed a bunch of teams that have made moves. Yeah, so 12 teams make the playoffs this year in Major League Baseball. Where are the Phillies out of those 12 teams? 10th, 11th, or 12th? So, yeah, they're not the last dog at the bowl, but when it comes to playoff teams, they're down there near the bottom. So, and the gap between them and the top tier, the Yankees.
Yeah, you can't base your decisions on that.
I mean, you can.
If you're Dave Dombrowski, you're not going, well, we're the 11th or 12th team, so we'll take what we can kind of get here.
No, I don't think that's what he's saying. I think these other teams are more aggressive because they have a better window to win now, and the Phillies see it for what it is. They're not the team to go all in this year. They're a year or two away, so they'll take what they can get on the back end.
But Tommy Pham isn't going all in. That was a free player that you could just name a minor league prospect. Jose Quintana didn't kill you. I mean, the Yankees have gotten, unbelievable upgrades.
Four players.
Yeah, and protected their top 5 guys. I just, I don't want to hear the price is too high. You've invested $224 million. Do something.
And even when you talk about the Braves just going out and get Grossman just for depth.
Yeah.
At this point, they did something.
Yeah.
Now, look, that something may happen today for the Phillies as
well.
It might. But the flurry, you just get lost in the flurry a little bit. Why are you not, when names that have been linked to the Phillies, they're dropping off and you're not doing anything?
Yeah, and if you're Dave Dombrowski, you have $224 million invested. You can't go into it going, well, we don't really deserve to be here. No, you have to make moves that tells your clubhouse, no, we believe in you guys. Because, look, they're doing a lot better than I thought they would be at this point with no Segura and no Harper and the starting pitching problems that they've had. They're doing a lot better than I expected. Probably doing a lot better than some of this front office expected. Reward them.
100%. 100%. And again, don't forget today, this that segment that we just brought to you, of course, was fantastic. Laying out all the things, yelling at Dave Dombrowski to get something done. He's listening. The Air Quality Partnership. Don't forget to check the daily air quality forecast at airqualitypartnership.org. Learn how you can help improve air quality with simple steps that can make a big difference. airqualitypartnership.org. And Pat, you have your Pat's point of view. We have to get into a little bit of something there with the football team. Pat's point of view. What you got, man?
This is Pat's point of view. Here's Pat.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm Pat.
How you doing?
Good, man. Thanks.
Hi, Pat. I didn't see you there.
Yeah, switching. Just look down. Switching gears here to football. So,
heard of it.
The Eagles, I think this could finally be the year that they trade Andre Dillard.
You think?
Yeah.
Before the season or during the season?
No, before the season. Okay. I think Howie's actively waiting for an injury to take place to somebody's offensive line, a la the center down in Tampa, and he hops on it. A left tackle to go down where he goes, look, I got this former first-round pick. He doesn't have a lot of tape on him because he really hasn't gotten an opportunity because of injuries. It's not like we know that Andre Dillard can't play. We know Andre Dillard can't play right tackle. We have no idea if Andre Dillard can't play left tackle. And when he's played left tackle, it's okay. He's been serviceable.
Yeah, he's been okay.
But he's really yet to hit his groove. The last year of a contract, I think this is going to have to be finally the year where Howie's going to sitting there waiting for an injury to take place to another team. And it leads me to kind of the praising the way that they've handled the practices and whatnot down in NovaCare. Look, I think old school football fans get annoyed when they see you practice for 50 minutes and then you took the next day off. I'm completely cool with it. Mitigates injuries. There's nothing more of a buzzkill than an injury in preseason camp. So I'm fine with it, but I do think that every day that goes by, if an injury were to take place, I think Howie's hopping all over the phone and being like, hey, by the way, we got this guy here. He's pretty good. Chicago was dangling their left tackle out there for possible trades. New coaching staff, they didn't draft this kid, so it makes sense of why they'd want to move on from him. And that kind of got me thinking to the Andre Dillard thing, where we're all kind of surprised he's still on the roster anyway. I'd be kind of blown away if he's still on the roster come week 1.
Offensive line injuries happen all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. As you said, before the season, before training camp, as soon as training camp gets underway, Tampa Bay loses one of their guys, and they've had
Ryan Jansen.
They had a retirement too. So, I mean, they're candidates maybe going in with the depth that they potentially have. Maybe it's not good enough once they actually start to see the players play. So, I wouldn't be surprised at that because Howie typically does a pretty good job of not only sending guys out but looking at what he has preseason and bringing players in. So, Andre Dillard, they have some good depth now on the offensive line where now may be the time where he strikes when the iron is hot and moving on from a former first-round pick that, while he is serviceable and is good, it's disappointing for where you took him, trading up, getting him, and all. It was just a bad pick for this team, especially when you now have Jordan Mailata jumping over him and all the other movement along the offensive line. And we're just looking at him on the depth chart, not somebody that can start for this football team.
Yeah, I saw a video of him I guess in the Eagles locker room recently, and he looked like he got bigger too. He looked like he's a different dude. Like he became a man, you know what I mean? Like he still kind of had that baby fat on him when he got here. He looked different. So, not saying NFL GMs are making trades based on how guys look.
Yes, off of does he love football?
Yeah.
That was a question we had after year 1.
But
does the guy like football?
But he's putting in the work. Is this his 4th year?
This is 2019. He was drafted. So
year 4.
Yeah, wow. It's the last year. It's an expiring deal. Why not? I mean, I doubt he's in the long. Yeah, I doubt he's in the long-term plans here. If you could get maybe a 4th or 5th rounder for him at this point, with some of the depth they already have established, like you said, yeah, why not?
Do you like the depth that they have?
Yeah, I think it's pretty solid, especially if this Cam Jurgens kid is what people say he is. If he can play that guard a little bit and center, then maybe you can bump Driscoll around a little bit more. And
he was more of a tackle in college, but he could also play the guard position, as we know, now going for that right guard spot against Sayamalu.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Yeah, I hadn't even thought of Andre Dillard before this.
And that's a problem. I mean,
first-round pick.
It's a problem in the sense that he was a high first-round pick, but the depth that you now have and everybody else checking off with Landon Dickerson and Jordan Mailata, and now seeing what they have at the right guard spot between Driscoll and Sayamalu, who's now going to kick from the left guard to the right guard spot. In that case, you're not worried about Andre Dillard. So it's a good problem that they have, except for, again, you spend a high draft pick and the guy's not paying dividends.
That's a rough 2 years of first-round picks.
Get a conditional pick for the guy, or 6. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it's a problem for me.
Reagor and Dillard back-to-back is not great.
Here we go.
I hated that pick so much when they made it.
You're not kidding.
Hated it,
You're not kidding. And then when you see that he never worked out for the team, never talked to the team, and when he gets to the team, he's not panning out, and it doesn't seem like he loves the game.
He's straight up crying.
Yeah.
He's crying getting into training camp.
As an offensive lineman.
I still can't get over this because these teams do so much research into these draft prospects. Like, they're interviewing their third-grade teachers and whatnot, and it never comes out in your pre-draft report that this guy is baby poop soft and will cry if he's yelled at by a teammate. Like, how does that happen? It's the first time I've ever heard beat writers really harp on a training camp fight.
It wasn't good.
And it wasn't out of like, oh, yeah, this fight was bad. It was, oh, we're harping on it because the dude over there is crying because he got bullied. And he's your left tackle? That never comes out. Like, no one at Washington was like, yeah, good football player, but, like, not real tough. That just blew my mind.
No,
but if you can get anything for him at this point, like, you got to do it now. You got to cut bait. We're waiting 3 years on this move.
He did, when he was out there, he did play well since then. But you're right. It's just time to move on. Sometimes you look at a situation for a player and it may not be it. Land in the right spot for a lot of players, Connor, and maybe this one wasn't it for him.
Yeah, and even if it's not, though, so Howie Roseman in this time frame between the start of training camp and the start of the regular season, most notably the Sam Bradford trade, getting a first-round pick back for him, it's because of injury, and Pat's right, that's where we started, like if a left tackle goes down somewhere. But Howie's proven he's got the ability to take advantage of that, so you just got to see how it plays out. It's possible you get something more than what you expect from him because Howie's good at this.
And part of that value, too, goes into the preseason.
Right,
and if they're not going to play a lot of the starters in the preseason, he's getting a lot of reps and looks good. That makes a lot of teams feel more comfortable, and then that value certainly boosts up. The 6 o'clock hour is brought to you by Bradford White is here for the pro. That's Bradford White water heaters. And Jamie has some thoughts about the first-round pick for this year that I think a lot of people are feeling good about. We'll get to that on the other side when we get back here. The Lynchpin with Jamie Lynch right here on the John Kincade Show. Good morning.
The John Kincade Show.
Sir, one more outburst, I will strangle you with my microphone wire. You understand me?
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. With gas prices at all-time highs, now's the time to donate.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With your donation, you'll receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher, so donate today.
In the Delaware Valley, helping each other isn't just the neighborly thing to do. It's in our blood. It's in our plasma, too.
In fact, over the years, thousands of Philadelphia area residents have helped people they'll never even meet by donating plasma at local CSL plasma donation centers. Your plasma donations have been instrumental in our efforts to create new therapies for patients living with rare and serious diseases, and have helped us provide medicines and vaccines to people in more than 100 countries around the world. We're proud to be part of this community, and we can't wait to say thank you in person at local events in the community throughout the summer. So please, when you see the CSL tent, stop by to cool off, hydrate, and grab a fun giveaway. Interested in other ways you can partner with CSL to improve patients' quality of life? Ask us about participating in one of our clinical trials or learn more at cslbearingtrials.com. That's cslbearingtrials.com. We thank you for all that you do, Philadelphia, because together we are saving lives.
Yo, Philadelphia, Anthony Gargano here with the new voice of Spring Garden Lending, President Andy Racklin, a national player in economic development and finance. Andy!
Happy to be back, Anthony.
All right, last time we talked, you said your game plan to expand Spring Garden Lending's product lineup and open new markets, so?
We're batting 1,000, man. We opened a Pittsburgh office. We've got exciting projects going there. It's great.
Oh, that's awesome. The new product?
So Spring Garden Lending is now offering lines of credit.
Highlights?
What these revolving lines of credit do is let our borrowers move fast. It puts them on an equal playing field with cash buyers.
Oh, that's incredible. Not only is Spring Garden Lending providing bridge loans to acquire, rehab, construct, and refinance properties to rent or flip, 30-year fixed-rate permanent financing, and now lines of credit.
That's right. Our goal is supporting developers who are challenged finding funding through traditional sources so they can provide housing people can afford. That's it.
Andy, you're impressive. That's right. Listen up, developers, investors. Touch base with Spring Garden Lending right now.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every mile. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $35.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Hi, it's John Kincade from my friends at Copair Health, and I've reached the 3-month mark, down 23 pounds. And I have so many dreams about getting 10 more pounds off, as I've set 33 pounds as my target goal. It has been so easy with Copair Health because Copair Health coaches you through the process. You may be a guy who wants to lose 40 or 60 pounds. I'm promising you, they can get you on the right track, and by the time the holidays roll around, you're going to be feeling better. I know this. I feel better when I'm at the pool and I take my shirt off. I feel better when I'm putting on my clothes and everything fits a little better. And I've also been giving a ton of clothes away because I can't fit in them anymore. These are all the benefits. Plus, there's psychological benefits. You feel better with Copair Health at COPAREhealth.com. Vance has coached me through the process. 3 months, 23 pounds. I'm loving it. Here's what I want you to do. Save hundreds. Contact Copair Health, COPAREhealth.com, and you can save hundreds on your program. All you have to do is mention John Kincade from The Fanatic. Copair Health. It's changing my life.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples 1-subject notebooks are just 35 cents each. Plus, select backpacks are 50% off. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. In-store only backpack offer ends 8/6. Notebook offer ends 8/27, limit 30.
In the wee hours of the night, when everyone else is fast asleep, you're the one on third shift, burning the midnight oil. When a part fails and everything comes to a grinding halt, regardless of what the clock on the wall says, you leap into action. Grainger is with you and all the ones who get it done. With 24/7 customer support by phone or click to chat. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sure, you're managing to sweat through another summer with that rickety old AC, but it isn't easy, is it? Some days it feels like even your sweat stains had sweat stains. Stop suffering and set yourself up for summer comfort with special financing offers and rebates on a new high-efficiency heating and cooling system from Trane. With a whole-house air filtration system to keep the air you breathe clean and safe. Visit Trane.com to find an independent Delaware Valley Trane comfort specialist near you. It's hard to stop a Trane. Subject to credit approval.
If you run a small business, efficiency has never been more important. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing small business savings. Call now to get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/22. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Restrictions apply. New business 50 megabits per second customers only. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic everywhere. On Alexa at 975thefanatic.com, the Fanatic app, and now on Odyssey. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Yes, I'm a seasoned broadcaster, but I've also got a fine head of hair.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
6:30, 97.5 The Fanatic, the John Kincade Show. Devon Givens, Jamie Lynch, Pat Egan. And for Bob and John, Connor Thomason as well. Eric Coach Camille, Haley Taylor as well. Make sure YouTube is good to go for us here on this Tuesday morning as we await the Philadelphia Phillies to do something. But as we talked about in the back end of the segment, the Philadelphia Eagles, whether it's Andre Dillard or something else, former first-round pick doing something, we do have something to talk about. Jamie does at least with the current first-round pick in today's linchpin.
This is the linchpin.
Yeah, I don't know if it's because my camp excitement is kind of dwindling somewhat this year. It's not the same as it usually is. But yesterday I saw an influx of tweets about this one individual, a very large gentleman from the University of Georgia named Jordan Davis.
Big fella.
Yeah, he's enormous. I'm trying to take everything with salt. I'm trying not to get too excited, not too low. You know, if I see Jalen Reagor and Jalen Hurts struggle in camp, I go, okay, great. You know, like, it doesn't mean that they're going to suck unless maybe Reagor, he might suck again. If I see somebody's having a great day, I go, okay, cool. You know, like, not trying to act too emotionally over one day of practice. But the way people were tweeting about Jordan Davis yesterday, a lot of guys said it was his first wow moment of camp. And we'll talk to Zach Berman today coming up at 10 after 8. I'm curious to see what Zach is going to say about him. But apparently he just ragdolled an offensive lineman yesterday on like a swipe move and just threw the dude to the ground. He was one of the backups. It wasn't one of the starters. But the thing everybody seems to say is that a man that large is not supposed to be able to move the way he does athletically.
Yep, that's exactly where I was going to go.
And Cam Jurgens talked about him. He took to the microphone yesterday, and they kind of asked him, like, have you ever gone up against somebody like this? And he said, we had a couple 400-pound, corn-fed big boys at Nebraska, but nobody that could move the way he does. I'm getting really excited for this kid because Fletcher Cox has been a staple of this team for a decade plus. You could kind of just pencil him in and count on him and what he did for collapsing pockets, the run game, making DN's lives easier. All that can be said. He's an NFL all-decade, all-pro player, but he's on the decline now.
Yes, he is.
And having that guy, look, we haven't seen him play a game yet, so this could all be for naught. But having a guy that can step into that job potentially is great for the future. And I actually think he's going to pay dividends big time this year, too. Being able to rotate those guys and just having somebody that big, that strong, that can ragdoll offensive linemen in camp, I think that's rare. And we'll talk to Zach about it because he's been at every camp for a while and he's seen a lot of rookies come in. It's rare somebody gets the attention of all the journalists the way Jordan Davis was yesterday, and I'm getting really excited.
Yeah, when
you think you're excited? Feel these nipples. Damn right.
When I saw that, again, that comment on the back end, somebody like he's somebody that big shouldn't be able to do what he just did, to move like that.
Yeah.
That's Embiid stuff.
Where unicorn.
Where you're not supposed to be able to move that fast and so quick off the ball the way that he was yesterday. And I was excited as much as I wanted a safety or a corner when it happened. When Jordan Davis was the name that was selected, called out in April, I was good.
Yeah, because it's like a D tackle or an offensive lineman. It's never sexy, but you go, oh, well, I
know that guy.
Yeah, I get it. I completely get
it.
Coming
from the winning program, knowing that he made plays during that run that he did, and then also reading stuff where at times where he was too big and he let his weight get away from him, but getting back in shape and doing exactly what the coaching staff wanted and getting his body back in it. And now looking at the depth that they have overall, you're not asking much of them because you have Fletcher Cox, Javon Hargrave, Milton Williams. You have a very good rotation that you have there in the middle. And then the versatility that comes with it, not just with him being able to do so much, but with him being able to, they decide to go, which we hear a lot, that they're going to go a lot of 3-4 base.
Yeah.
And he can be that nose tackle in the middle and cause a lot of problems and eat up a lot of space and garner a lot of attention right over the center, then that's a great thing to hear that. And it is early, and we won't get a chance to see it until we see the preseason games.
Sure.
But to finally hear his name and talked about, that it is encouraging to see that.
Yeah, and the one thing about last year that was weird was, and it's part of Fletcher's decline, was they were getting gashed. Like, they were getting run on.
Up the middle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which wasn't something we're used to as Eagles fans.
Sure.
So to have that young, freakish, enormous man in the middle, everybody's just in awe of his size. Like, everybody's like, wow. Like, when you watch him walk through the door frame at the NovaCare.
He has to duck a little bit. Yeah.
You're going, my Lord, man.
This is kind of one of those situations where, like, this is why I hate camp, though. Because we're not going to get to see him actually play.
Yeah.
For another month.
And maybe a quarter at that.
And I'm not talking about, like, there's nothing. I don't mean for this to sound the way it's going to. I've grown to hate Scott Graham's voice because I just associate it with preseason football, and which means it's meaningless.
Eagles Television Network.
Which means it's 3 quarters of nonsense. And I'm not going to be able to really get a good grasp on how good Jordan Davis is by watching it, because the reality is he's probably going against a backup, and they'll chalk it up to, well, he's the backup. But he's not the backup. He's firmly in the first rotation, and he'll be one of those main guys that they rely on. I'd be hard-pressed to say that it wasn't moving a little bit yesterday, seeing some of the tweets.
I'm not alone.
So I think me and you are kind of simpatico with this, where we don't dive too deep into training camp.
But he is your first-round pick.
We also complain quite a bit about the media members tweeting out about training camp, but it's after years of Andre Dillard and Jalen Reagor, it's nice to see, oh wow, they might have actually found something here.
Yeah, like hit on one.
This guy belongs.
Like, not only have they possibly hit on one, they possibly found a monster in this guy.
Yeah, and part of it was we didn't get a stat line yesterday. 4 bull rushes, 2 were effective, 1.5 hurries,
so how
1
good was
sack.
he?
So, like,
I guess not.
What does this even mean? It's probably all for nothing.
Yeah.
I mean,
need
if there's no stat line in practice, what are we talking about?
I need a generic photo of him going against...
it was really Milton Williams causing all the space for him to do all the work.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this guy. I mean, he's just a mammoth.
And then again, he just seems like so much fun. And then when you do hear the veterans talk about him, though, they talk glowingly about what he could potentially do for their defense.
Yeah. He does seem like he's got a great personality, like one of those infectious, bubbly. And did you hear the pipes on him at the rookie singing?
Yeah, that was impressive.
Yeah. He's got some pipes on him.
He was pretty good.
And his mom's an Eagles fan. And the vibe you're getting from him and Nakobe Dean is that they're in love already with how football crazy this culture is.
Philadelphia fan. The Eagles culture with the fans.
He said that between the team, the fans, and just the city, I think it was Nakobe Dean yesterday. He was like, I'm in love.
Well, look where they come from.
Yes.
In Georgia.
Yeah.
That's what they do is college football.
How about that? You draft in the SEC and maybe you have some success. It's a crazy thought.
2 times in a row, too. It's not just him being able to do it twice. A little bit of a trend for how 2 is not a trend, but 2 is heading in the right direction.
Devontae, Landon, Jordan, Nakobe, Jalen. It's like all these guys love football and are pretty skilled at it.
What do you think of Jordan Davis there, Connor?
I mean, nothing you guys haven't already said. He's incredible. He's a dancing bear, and I can't wait to see him. Like, could you imagine you're a center in the NFL?
No.
I don't care how good you are, and you snap the ball, and you got to get your hands up on that guy before he gets on top of you. Like, yeah.
I think that was
it's gonna be a fun year.
I think that was basically it was one of the beat writers that we respect tweets. It wasn't Berman.
Tim?
It might have been Kemsky.
Okay.
It wasn't Tim. But he basically said, like, yeah, my takeaway is I wouldn't want to be standing across from him.
Sure.
Like, that must suck to have to guard that.
Yeah. And if he's got the endurance that just somebody that big can break your spirit.
And when you talk about the endurance, that's where we get into the depth of the front line because of everybody's going to be fresh.
Yeah, if they come at you in waves.
Exactly. Everyone is going to
And it
be
might
fresh.
help Fletcher, too.
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
I think it'll absolutely help
And
him.
then again, we do not talk about Javon Hargrave.
And he's been really, really good.
He has.
It's been a really good signing.
And we bring up Milton Williams because we all at least saw something last year where we feel confident that this guy might take another step. And again, it's not a lot of pressure. It's just simply the waves, as Pat just laid it out, the waves coming at you
and
with this defensive line. It's really fun. And now Jonathan Gannon, does he finally have pieces where we really get to evaluate him because he has stuff that he like? When I talked to Tim last week, and we'll talk to Zach Berman again at 8:10 from The Athletic, that they did ask him what he wanted. They did include him in the drafting, in the free agency
I would
of
hope
what he
so.
wanted. And look, he has players now.
And the good thing is there's a lot of versatility. You mentioned Milton Williams. He can line up at end. He can line up at tackle. Javon Hargrave can line up at end and on tackle. Jordan Davis, probably not so much, but he can be that 3-4 nose tackle, old school.
But when you do go to NASCAR, you have Sweat and Graham can go inside.
There's a lot of versatility on this defense now. Even in Hassan Reddick, who continues to be the guy that, like,
people forget.
Yeah, you almost forget he's here.
I think the guy that people forget is Kaiser White.
Well, yeah.
I think people completely forget.
And he's a
about
former
Kaiser
safety that plays linebacker. Like, it seemed like versatility is...
Do they forget or do they not know really who he was?
Both.
Coming from Los Angeles.
I think both.
I think that's what it is, too.
I mean, this could possibly be the best Eagles linebacking core in I don't know how long.
And we keep hearing how good TJ Edwards looks.
Yeah, like it's...
Yeah, they're saying it's going to be tough for Nakobe to steal the job because TJ looks legit.
Might be later in the
like
season.
they legitimately have players at linebacker for the first time in
a long time.
I mean, we've had to deal with Alex Singleton and
Casey Matthews.
Oh God,
Nate Gary,
Nate
the White
Snake.
Snake.
Yeah, it's been Drek, and now they finally have like what seems like legitimate players,
sideline to sideline players. Who would have thought?
We would go nuts over Nigel Bradham.
Who was solid?
He was solid, but my point is, like, to us,
bubbles.
because of the fact that we had dealt with so much Drek, to us, Nigel Bradham was like
Ray Lewis.
He was
the
Jeremiah
second coming.
Trotter.
Yeah,
right.
Dax man.
Right.
So we might actually be able to see like legitimately top level linebackers this year. That'll be a nice change.
It's going to be fun, man. Can't wait. And Jordan Davis, I think we're all with you.
Yeah,
we're just excited.
I didn't think I was going to get
Jordan
that emotional like high yesterday from a couple tweets, but there I was eating it up.
You got one from a good first round pick, and let's see if it all hits. And one thing though that I did want to bring up too, another sport that we're all excited for the fall, and that is the NBA with the Sixers. And the one thing with the Sixers for me is I've been constantly looking at everybody else in the Eastern Conference and what they've done, praising Boston for the pickups of Gallinari and Brogdon, looking at a nice addition with Joe Ingles for the Milwaukee Bucks. That's going to be basically their trade deadline acquisition in the winter. And the Sixers, though, not looking past what they've done. I've been very high, more so than maybe a lot of people, of what they've added. Don't care that it is Houston East now coming to Philadelphia, because from afar, I've liked those players, House and Tucker, and now looking at DeAnthony Milton, seeing him in college at USC, going to Phoenix, seeing his rookie year when he was a part of the 18 draft there with McHale, and now watching him with the Memphis Grizzlies and how good he was. I really like what they've done, and I felt they're still in the top 3 in the Eastern Conference. And NBA.com released, a power ranking yesterday, and the Philadelphia 76ers popped up 3rd on their early Eastern Conference standings.
So let me take a guess
power
here.
rankings.
Boston 1, Milwaukee 2.
Yeah.
Sixers 3, Brooklyn 4.
Miami 4.
Brooklyn 5, huh?
Yeah.
Too chaotic for them to crack the top 3 or 4 there.
What it is right now.
I don't disagree with them. John Kincaid's favorite term is on paper. On paper, they've improved the team pretty drastically since last year.
That's all we can go off of right now.
Yeah, and if you're dealing with a 50-win team, look, in the playoffs came down to Embiid was hurt. I fully believe James Harden doesn't have the struggles he has versus Miami if Joel Embiid's on the court. It's not rocket science. When you lose an MVP candidate, it affects everybody else. They were able to wall him off, zone him off, and he had the hamstring lingering, and he wasn't who he wanted to be. But with a healthy Joel Embiid, this is already a really, really good team that on paper got better. So I don't think it's outlandish to have him third at all. You got to give Milwaukee their respect because they've been there and they do it year in and year out at this point. And Boston is ascending and got better.
Yes.
So I think it's about right. I think they're better than Miami. I do.
I do too, especially when you take one of their key players.
Yeah. And I think Brooklyn is fifth, probably.
Well, Toronto is fifth on the rankings.
Oh, wow.
Chicago 6, Brooklyn 7, and Atlanta 8. And I think what the Brooklyn part is, it's just the uncertainty.
Unknown. And Ben Simmons hasn't played basketball with those two.
You don't know about Ben Simmons.
Where's Kyrie's head?
You lose Andre Drummond.
Yeah, where's KD's head?
Nick Claxton good enough to be your starting 5 in the East and all? So I think that plays a big part. Pat, what do you think? Is this the right spot for the Sixers? On paper?
Probably. I still worry it's not enough. I mean, they're deeper.
That's what it is for me.
There's no question they finally have depth now. I just worry that it's still not enough.
What are they missing that you say it's enough? Because if you look at their starting 5, that's a tough starting 5.
I don't know. And it might be as simple as I'm just not familiar enough with Daniel House and DeAnthony Melton. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I was dialed into many Memphis Grizzlies games. So it literally might just be that I'm just not familiar enough with these guys.
Here's all you need to know. He's a better sixth man than George Niang.
Yeah, I know that part. I know that. Thank you.
It's a huge upgrade.
Thank you for that.
George Niang's now like your 8th or 9th man.
And I do try to remind myself, all right, this does mean less Furkan, which is good.
Yes.
I think my big issue is is Doc going to be willing to play some of the younger guys?
But you have to go deep now to get to the younger guys.
I know.
Bassey and Reed, one of them is going to play a key role.
But here's the problem.
Unless they get a veteran 5, or even if they do, that's a rotation amongst those 3.
There's going to be some games where they just go out and blitz a team and just absolutely dummy them. And in the past, when they've done that or they've been getting hammered and Doc pulls the starters, he's been keen to go to the guys that we know what they are. The Odubel Herreras of the Sixers, the Shake Miltons and the Furkan Korkmazes. And you're sitting there going all right, I'd rather see Isaiah Joe in this garbage time.
That's the one.
Right? So
I want to see
last
Isaiah,
year when I'm watching the Sixers and Miami, and I don't know about you guys, I got so sick and tired of hearing about Max Strus's career. Because every game they had to go through this dude's career of, he started here and then he went to Marquette and blah, blah, blah. And, he ended up scratching and clawing his way. The Sixers need to develop that homegrown talent because they're on these cheap deals that for me, I'd feel better if I knew that he was going to play a B-ball Paul Moore or an Isaiah Joe or a Springer or somebody. I'd feel better about them heading into this year and the future of the team. But I don't know. I just worry it's not enough.
Martin Law, Philly's original law firm for injured workers. Schedule a free consultation today at PAWorkInjury.com. And that's one thing that we don't want to see with them is having to deal with injury. But look, when I look at Isaiah Joe, first of all, he has a non-guaranteed, so he still has to technically make the team as a second-round pick.
Yeah.
And he provides what they still need, even though they have addressed it from Melton to House, Tucker, and who knows what Trevelyan Queen has. Isaiah Joe does have a leg up on Queen for the simple fact that he does know the offense. And he can also shoot the basketball for as his skill set, as his primary skill set.
He's got an NBA shot.
And he has to be feeling good coming off another solid Summer League performance. It's just, as Pat mentioned, Connor, will Doc Rivers give him the opportunity to go out there and do it? Now, it's just not Doc Rivers. When he's out there, he has to do it because in the preseason last year, he was really good. And I remember talking to Doc Rivers preseason, going into the final game, he played well again, getting ready for game 1. I'm like, yo, he's going to push one of these other guys for some minutes, isn't he? He said, yeah, he's really making it tough on Shake and Korkmaz. And what ultimately happened? He didn't live up to those minutes that were given to him early. He has to be consistent himself when he steps on the floor.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what's different from last year, right? You did have Seth Curry here last year when he's trying to get that spot. And while they brought in guys that could shoot it a little bit, the guys like PJ Tucker, he's a corner three guy. Like, you're still
one of the best.
Very good at it. Not knocking that, but he's a specialized three-point shooter more than a guy like Seth Curry who could get it from anywhere. Mm-hmm. And that's what Isaiah Joe seems like to me. Like, there's more of an opening in that role, I think, than you had when you started the season with Seth Curry being that exact archetype of player who was already ahead of him. So I don't know if that lends to Doc Rivers playing Isaiah Joe more, but it feels like there's a better chance this year that he gets run, even though the team seems deeper, just because there's not a player directly above him that's like the exact same player, just better.
I'd be totally fine with giving all of Furkan's minutes to Isaiah Joe.
But look at the rotation, though. As you said, George Niang may not be the sixth. So you have...
Yeah, he becomes eighth or ninth.
You have Melton, then you have House, Niang, Thibault, right? That's 9 right there. And you haven't even talked about a big guy, whether it's Reed, Bassie, or someone else that's coming in. Isaiah Joe fits in wherever he fits in because Doc Rivers sees a spot for him to come in and give you 10 to 15 minutes, and depending on how the game's going, possibly 20. That's how deep they are.
You think they move one of like a Furkan or a Shake?
I think they try to move Furkan mainly because he has $5 million on the books.
Yeah, one of those second-round picks. They'll probably lose.
Shake is like a less than $2 million player is like your 10th or 11th man.
Yeah, like he's
not
fine.
bad.
That's a good situation.
But there's clearly a log jam here. I just worry that like the fan base.
Log jam. That's a good thing.
It is, but the fan base is so ready to be done with Shake and Furkan. Like, been there, done that. We know what they are. It's not changing. Once every 3 weeks, they go off for 25 points.
Yes.
And then the rest of the days of the week, they're going off for 4.
But isn't that a role player?
I
think you just want more consistency, though.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Like, I want the six man that I was promised I was getting from Doc. The guy that developed all these 6 men. And we thought it was going to be Shake, and it never amounted to that. And they're so damn streaky. They're so inconsistent that I'm just ready to. I'd rather go with the unknown and Isaiah Joe than deal with another year of Shake and Furkan taking up room on the bench. Like, ship them out for assets. Like, as I said, you're probably going to lose a second-round pick in this investigation.
Which is foolish.
It is, but it's the reality of the situation.
At least the Knicks are being investigated now.
Which is also foolish, but
everybody does it.
Yes,
investigate every team.
But go ahead, Pat. Yeah.
No, it's pretty much it. I'm going to shut my mic off now.
No, well, okay. Well, we can do that too. It is off. Well, what's not off is always great to have Zach Berman join the show. He will do so at 8:10 to talk about the Birds. And based on reports, you know, we're going to keep getting. It seems like the Eagles' offense, as we talk about Jordan Davis, we hear about Bradbury looking good. As well, we're hearing about Marcus Epps and the linebackers, as we've talked about. So many of them, the Eagles' offense seems to be behind the defense. Is this a common theme for training camp where we look too much into something when it comes to the Eagles' offense basically looking like they're a little behind than a defense?
I think that's natural.
Well, what's natural is we'll get into that on the other side as we talk about that next on the John Kincade Show this Tuesday. Good morning.
The John Kincade Show.
For someone who's super, super hot, you're really cranky.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Oh, are you seeing these readings? This is incredible.
Short-staffed, Marco's Climate Research Facility is in the eye of the storm. The atmospheric pressure to find more weather specialists is mounting.
Man, this is going to be a big job. We're going to need a bigger team.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You've got bugs. What's your move? A rattly can? Or a simple spritz? Bugs near your kids and pet? Will it be ingredients you can't pronounce? Ew. Or essential oils? Bother the bugs, not your family. Zevo uses essential oils, which attack bugs' biological systems, so Zevo kills bugs, plus is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Zevo, people-friendly. Bug deadly.
Now at a store near you.
Are you a skilled carpenter with a creative side? Are you tired of not being challenged, appreciated, or just hate going to your current job? If so, Valley Grove Construction is looking for you. We keep our carpenters engaged and motivated by doing a variety of work. We provide a safe and entertaining work environment, so our carpenters look forward to coming in each day. If you're looking to earn top dollar and join a company that will truly value your talent, please apply today. That's valleygroveconstruction.com and click on the Join Our Team link. valleygroveconstruction.com.
Think you know Amazon? Think again. Did you know you can get paid when it works best for you? Yeah, that means you can get the money you earned directly after your shift. Or that you get benefits like healthcare on your very first day. As an Amazon warehouse associate, you'll be amazed by what you can get. To learn more about all of the benefits of working an hourly job at Amazon, go to amazon.com/hourly. That's amazon.com/hourly. Amazon is proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every mile. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $35.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
5X480. Dayton B100 V-Belt. One of the many parts Grainger carries. It's also the item that helped Rob carry the day. The job was on hold. Deadline fast approaching. But a quick search on Grainger.com and Rob found his part. And with same-day pickup at his local branch, he and his crew got the job done safely and on time. Get supplies and solutions for every industry with real-time product availability. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the Summer Fun Sale, July 29th through August 8th, and get 35% off paints and stains with prices starting at $27.29. That means 35% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, 35% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your local Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Progressive presents Don't Do It Yourself.
Okay, fixing a water heater. Easy peasy.
Oh, yeah? So you know how to secure the skiff joint?
Yeah.
Detach the steam pump?
Takes 2 seconds.
And fasten the dew bolt to the pressure tube?
Yeah, my dad taught me how to do that.
Oh, that's interesting, because I made all those things up. Look, we should just bundle our home and auto with Progressive. We could save big, then pay someone to do it for us.
That's cool. This double's the wrong size anyway.
Save when bundling home and auto with Progressive and use the money to, not do it yourself. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Are you a foxhole guy for the John Kincade Show? Then prove it. Tap the 97.5 The Fanatic app all morning long, before and after your commute.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Guess who's back? 97.5 The Fanatic, the John Kincade Show. That would be Pat Egan. He's back.
I thought we're talking about Eminem.
So there's
It says, guess who's back?
Back again.
There's
Back
a conspiracy theory. I only saw the headline of it yesterday.
Yeah.
It said that Eminem died in 2016.
You have my attention.
And like a robot or a drone is in his place.
All right, so this is a
because he's kind of been like spacey.
This is a common
Probably a lot of
conspiracy
weed.
theory.
I just saw him at the Super Bowl.
There's a similar conspiracy theory about Avril Lavigne.
Really?
Where that she died and she was replaced by something similar. And these kind of conspiracy theories date back to Paul McCartney.
Yes.
There was the rumor that Paul McCartney actually died, and they held a Paul McCartney lookalike contest, and they never heard from the guy that won. And it was a fake Paul McCartney that they called Fall, and that if you
Paul McCartney,
McCartney, and that if you put the one record in reverse, you can hear John yelling Paul is dead because he died in a car wreck. It's a whole thing. So it just seems like every 5 to 10 years they find some popular musical artist and say that he actually died.
It's the website Lad Bible. You ever see that? It's the British
Bro Bible,
basically.
But why is this a thing?
Lad Bible.
Lad Bible.
Why is this a thing?
Let's not call it Bro Bible. They don't have Bro Bible over there. They got a Lad Bible.
It's published July 30th, and it says there's a bizarre conspiracy theory that Eminem died in 2006 and was replaced by a clone.
No, he's not dead. He's locked in the basement.
He was cleaning out his closet.
The drama all started when fans noticed a change in his voice over the years.
That literally happens to everybody.
Yeah.
If you go back and listen to our first shows.
Oh, yeah.
Not to mention, look how much stuff he's done.
Well, and by the way, if
as far as his voice,
a Spanish website said that he died in a car accident. They reported.
Yeah, you got to believe that. If
that's
you're
where
going
it
to believe this,
stems
though,
from.
if you're getting a clone, you got to name him Stan, right?
Absolutely.
You have to.
Yeah.
It's got to be Stan Marshall.
One fan even wrote, "Yeah, I believe he is a clone. It doesn't even look like him anymore, and his eyes are dead." So there you
That's
go.
called
There you
getting
have
older.
it.
His eyes are dead.
That's called getting older and growing up.
Oh, man.
The light fades.
Come on, man. Oh, man. Eminem just, okay. All right,
and his
cool.
style of dressing changed in 2006.
Look at that cool robot that decided to do the Super Bowl
His style
show.
of dressing changed.
Yeah, all right.
So did mine. I no longer wear jorts. Did I die in 2002?
Robot now, okay. Just Eminem. Well, man, listen, man. Okay.
I didn't expect to see that one on the internet.
How does this stuff even start? What are they?
Damn Lad Bible.
Lad Bible.
Lad Bible got us again, folks.
Lad Bible got us again. All right. Well, listen, what got us again is training camp. And you start to talk about the offense, the defense, who's doing well, who's not doing so well. And what we keep hearing is, hey, the offense is behind. Jalen Hurts is throwing this interception. He's not making this read. The same issues that were there before are remaining. And what is going to change? When is this going to change? What's going to happen? Miles Sanders, yes, he looks good, but he does it again. He has another issue. Over and over and over again, we keep hearing these things, and year after year after year, where the offense seems to be behind the defense. And while we feel good about A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, who we haven't heard anything from yet. If you think about that, we talk about Jordan Davis finally hearing his name. Haven't heard much about those guys because we just feel like they're staples. But the defense, names over and over again that the offense seems to be behind the defense. And I know that's something that Bob talked about after the show yesterday, where no tackling in practices, no dust-ups, or the coach bashing or complaining. Sirianni tackling assistants on the coaching mat. You see that? You see that, guys, when he tackled the one assistant to the mat? And that's all well and good, but it doesn't seem to feel normal. Is this okay?
I think so. I think offense comes second. Because, there's so much timing and cadence and this and that, and it's just rust to knock off. So I think it's a natural progression that most teams – I forget what, Scribe yesterday took screenshots. It might have been actually Jeff Mosher. Took screenshots from around 5 or 6 NFL training camps, and it was Lamar Jackson struggling, Carson Wentz struggling.
That was Moshe. Yep.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts struggling. And it was 4 or 5 quarterbacks that were all struggling. And when Moshe put those screenshots out, I went, yeah, that makes sense. It's just probably the last thing to come of everything.
Why? And look, why is that? Timing?
Yeah.
Even though you do get together with your receivers,
you're working on things.
Yeah, you're still trying to figure certain things out.
Look, the defense was, I guess, probably the bigger issue of the two last year. I mean, the offense had its issues too, but the defense got carved up by a lot of good quarterbacks and a lot of good teams. So if I had to choose, I'd prefer to see the defense thrive in camp.
Because they can keep you in games, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
With all these explosive offenses, the defense can keep you in games.
The running game.
Give you an opportunity.
That's going to be there.
Sure.
That's kind of a staple of this
as far
offense.
as how the scheme that we saw in the second
you
half,
can always fall back on that if the passing game isn't going. I think there's some things there you can count on. The defense is more the unknown to me, so I'd love to have a training camp where the defense is killing it and beating up the offense. I think that's a good thing for the Eagles.
Pat?
Yeah, I think a lot of what Jamie says is right. I mean, when you look probably around the league, it's a lot of quarterbacks struggling because they haven't been playing football in about 7 months. So it kind of makes sense. And the fact that we are so thirsty for any training camp information.
Oh,
that,
yeah.
We, especially in our industry, like, let's be real. I mean, normally, like, our show doesn't usually do this, but most shows would take that Jalen Hurts struggling and they'll make that 12 hours of content. Hammer, we're going to talk about the Eagles. This is great. And it's like, all right, it's one practice. It's one practice. Don't dive too much into it. It makes perfect sense of why he was struggling. If you pick up a sport for the first time in 7 months, you're probably not going to be as sharp as you would like to be. We've also brought up this fact, but we don't even know what they're working on. Like, it could literally be, hey, force this pass to Dallas Goedert, force this pass to Zach Pascal or Jalen Reagor. Try to work on this.
Matter what. Right.
We don't know. So I put zero stock into how Jalen Hurts is looking at training camp and all that. I'm looking more at to the report that we talked about earlier about Jordan Davis looking the part and looking just like a mammoth of a man. Nakobe Dean picking up seemingly everything and possibly pushing for some playing time. Like, I'll put stock into that. I'm putting nothing into if Jalen Hurts is struggling.
But it does become a problem if it does carry over to week one.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it does. But it, like, I don't remember this. I mean, you guys might correct me if I'm wrong. Like, was he looking sharp as hell this time last year? Was he just dialed in?
Hurts?
Yeah.
No.
And what happened week one? It looked pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they went out and they beat the Falcons, and the Falcons proved to be a bad team.
Yes.
But I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
I mean, they dummied them.
Yeah.
I thought they were losing that football game.
And the other thing is, last year was the first year Nick Sirianni didn't know that they had that running game. Maybe he didn't know how good the offensive line was or how mobile Hurts was. There was a learning curve with him and his roster, too. So if you do enter this year and things are struggling, you can fall back on what you did well last year. You know what I mean? There's a
comfortability.
Yeah, there is. So I think that changes the start to the season. So like Pat said, if they're struggling in camp offensively, I'm not too worried about it because they can just revert back to the best running team in football, I would think.
Yeah, like
but they're not surprising anybody with that anymore.
No, they're not.
Last season when they adjusted in season and did that, Pat, they surprised a lot of people.
Okay, they did.
That's not a surprise any longer.
They did for probably about 2 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks, they surprised NFL teams. And then after that...
they still couldn't stop.
And then after that, they couldn't stop
right.
it. Like,
and
after a while, it's...
arguably one of the best offensive lines.
Yeah, those guys are monsters.
I mean, the Eagles did after week 6 what the common fan could tell they should have done. Hey, you have your quarterback who's got deficiencies throwing the football, and you got him throwing 50 times a game. Why don't you ratchet that back a bit and do this run thing? It's this new crazy philosophy where you give it to this guy, and he just runs with it. And, NFL teams are way smarter than we are in terms of the media and fans and whatnot. So I might be giving them too much credit. Maybe after a week, it wasn't surprising teams anymore because it was the most logical step to winning football games, success for that offense. So, yeah, they were the best rushing team in the league last year. They're returning everybody. What are they going to be? At worst, 5?
They're still gonna be good,
what I mean? Like, so,
right.
Yeah, the offense, I am not concerned whatsoever. The offense only got better. And that includes Jalen Hurts, by the way. I don't think he takes this mammoth step backwards. He's only going to get better. It's just a matter of how much better does he get. I don't think he takes that jump to make me feel comfortable with giving him a long-term contract, but he's not going to get worse. So the offense is not – throw that to the side for me. It's more about the defense. It's more about Jonathan Gannon finally getting players that he wanted and finally – getting this front office to invest in guys in the draft that he's kind of handpicked. All right, well, how do you use those guys? Because last year, I'll give you a pass. You really didn't have many people to work with. Then you had to deal with injuries. This year, you have players. Like we talked about the linebacking core being probably on paper the best in a while. Secondary got better. Defensive line, we talked about Jordan Davis. Like you've got players now. How are you going to handle that? Because if all goes well, you're not going to be here in a year because you'll be a head coach somewhere.
No, you're right, man. And you're welcome. The one thing though, too, that I wanted to add as we talked about going into the regular season and not being behind is I can't stand when other teams are loading it up right away offensively where they're not behind. For whatever reason, their offense is just churning.
Oh, I'm sure the Chiefs are looking great offensively.
Right,
You know what
the
I mean?
Chargers.
The Bills.
I don't know. I mean, are they though?
I don't know.
The Chiefs lost a lot. You know, they lost their number one wide receiving threat. They've lost some people in the offensive line. Like, I'm not following Chiefs beat writers, so I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't want that to be the case when we get to the regular season. And if we are seeing the same reports about their offenses behind, and then we get to the regular season and they just, no big deal. They're just doing it again, right? Andy Reid dialed this up like he usually does. Just plug in Juju Smith-Schuster and Mecole Hardman turns into Tyreek Hill. And
all of a sudden, Todd Pinkston comes back. And
exactly.
Yeah,
that's all.
Look, here's my thing: it's not even going to matter if they go out there in week one, they win or lose. Like, if they end up winning in week one, we're not going to be sitting back going, yeah, but a month ago they didn't look sharp.
Sure.
And if they end up losing in week one, or when, like, it's just all that we care about is if they win or lose. Because at the end of the day, like, this doesn't really matter. You know, like us getting all hot and bothered about how they look in training camp in August. What like, as I said, they looked bad last year. And then week one, they went out and they put 30-plus on an NFL football team and shocked all of us. I mean, myself more than anybody. So that's all that matters. You look rusty now, but you better show up on Sundays.
Especially week one, because that Detroit team,
yeah, they're going to fight.
They're going to be,
They don't have much talent.
They have some talent.
They don't have much, though.
But it seemed like they like and they will play for their coach.
Yeah,
whether we look at it from afar and think he's nuts for talking about biting knees and all kinds of stuff, right, Connor?
Yeah, he's nuts, but still.
But they seem to play for him.
But there's been like training camps where we've gone back and it's like, man, this team looks good, and then they crumble.
No.
Regular season, like that's why I can't put too much stock into day 5 reports about how the offense is.
But last year, Atlanta ended up being one of the 5 worst teams in the NFL. So that does give me a little. I think Detroit will be better this year than Atlanta was last year. So
I don't know.
Atlanta was pretty bad.
They were, but
Detroit's always
Detroit.
Yeah, but they got a little more talent now.
They do. People are actually looking at them saying that they're going to be all right.
I feel like Detroit is like they can't be possibly this bad for this long.
Well, I mean, Jared Goff's not the worst quarterback they're going to face this year.
DeAndre Swift is tough. T.J. Hawkinson.
St. Brown, the wide receiver, is pretty good.
They
added Aiden Hutchinson.
Yep.
We'll see.
They're a Super Bowl contender. We got it. We get it, guys.
Exactly.
We get it.
So be ready.
Lace
them up.
I don't think the Eagles should be looking at anybody as a gimme yet.
No.
I'm not so much looking at it as a gimme,
I
but
don't think so.
No, I'll
just
say
be ready.
No, I'll say it. I'm looking at it as a gimme.
I think a lot of people are looking at it as a gimme.
If you drop week 1 to Detroit,
people are going to freak out.
I don't care if they got Aquamonius St. Brown, John St. Brown, Joe B. St. Brown, St. Brown. Like, I don't care.
Right,
it's still Detroit. It's still Detroit.
It's
okay?
still Detroit. And that's why they should win.
You mentioned a lot of great players. You didn't mention any dominant players.
So week 1, we've all got to win. Week 2, I've got to win.
Let's pick it up at week 6 where Bob left off.
Yeah, pick it up.
6, I think they're losing, but 7, they bounce back and get a win.
Hey, and that week 1 conversation was brought to you by the Bet Parks New Jersey Casino and Sportsbook app. The beach, the boardwalk, the boat on the bay. Bet Parks when you're down the shore. Download at betparks.com. Must be 21 and in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. And they do play for Dan Campbell.
They do. Absolutely.
They do. Yes.
I think they also play because
again,
they're not
you
very
know what?
good.
When we look at them,
they got to try.
Minnesota is week number 2. And Minnesota week number 2. And you know Alfie from Abington is going to come at us on Twitter at some point about the Lions. But
bring it.
They play Minnesota the next weekend. We can talk about them all we want, but Kirk Cousins does put up numbers on the Eagles defense. And that's going to be the home opener. You know how jacked up they're going to be, right, Connor? And you got to be ready. You got to be able to get after right away, and you just need to be ready. So with the expectations that go with this season, being ready from the start, this may not matter right now, and we're going to be doing this until we actually see them on the field.
But you think about it, right? So when you bring this up about the offense being behind the defense, the place my mind goes is we talk about them not beating good quarterbacks last year. They didn't beat, like, good defenses either. Like, the teams that they beat were generally just the lower level teams. And part of that's the benefit of the schedule. But now you got an offense that beat up on lower level defenses that's seeing a really good defense in training camp. So these are probably good growing pains. You're seeing more talented players than the teams you beat last year. So maybe that's why they're behind, because they didn't beat this level of competition last year, but they will be more prepared because of the talent they're going up against on the defensive side of the ball in training camp.
Right on cue. Alfie from Abington. Go ahead.
No, I just responded to him. He said, week 1 focus on D-line threats. Will Jordan Davis be able to eat? Will Hutchinson feast? I just wrote back to him. I said, well, Alfie, Hutchinson, it's going to be a real welcome to the NFL moment because I think he'll be lining up over Lane Johnson. And if he's not, and if he's on the other side, Jordan Mailata. Welcome to the NFL, kid. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not going to tell you I know who Detroit's guards are, but I would imagine Jordan Davis has the easier matchup there than Aiden Hutchinson.
And he may not.
He may not. But that's a tough welcome to the NFL moment for Aiden Hutchinson. Good luck to all pro caliber players out there. Go get them, kid.
And Pat, he says, Pat, St. Brown puts up 121 yards, 3 tutties. I hate you.
Put money on it. Put money on it, Alf. Alf, just put some cash on it. Straight cash.
Straight cash, homie. No question.
All of a sudden, we're crowning St. Brown for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
He's a good player.
He is a good player.
Good player. And you know what? If he was on the Eagles 10 years ago, he would have been the number 1 wide receiver. But he's a good player.
Yeah.
He's not a great player. We're not crowning him yet.
We got Slay and we got Bradbury.
This year, Pat?
That's going to be fun.
Oh, good. Yeah, no, that's
yes, he will.
He's better than Travis Fulgham. I'll give him that.
Who's that?
Travis Fulgham, slightly. St. Brown. St. Brown's a little bit better.
A little bit. Where's he now?
Fulgham, he's in Denver.
Is it Denver?
Yeah.
Okay.
St. Brown had 912 yards last year. So,
good.
I think he'll eclipse 1,000.
And whenever Jameson Williams does take the field, that's certainly going to help the opposite side.
Detroit had a good draft.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
They really did. And that Detroit conversation was brought to you by Staples, right? There's Staples there in Detroit. Staples store. Staples has everything you need for school at prices that won't hold you back. Don't send your kids back to school. Send them forward at Staples, the working and learning store. Now, Tim McManus will join the afternoon show, the best show ever. Made their debut yesterday with Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Bowe, Jen Scordo, Hunter Brody. Yesterday, they'll be back again beginning at 2 o'clock this afternoon. And Tim with his daily training camp report at 4 o'clock. But I have to ask you guys this. Atlanta locked in one of their young stars, Austin Riley, yesterday to a 10-year, $212 million deal, 25 years of age. You look at him. You get excited about the young players. We see it all around the league. Go get Juan Soto if you can make it happen, right? All right, that may not happen, but go get him. Anybody on this Philly squad, the young players that you would like to see them lock up right now like the Atlanta Braves just did with Austin Riley? May not be $212 million, but to get ahead of it, Joe Banner, Howie Roseman style. Anybody? Jump in? Sign him now?
No.
Okay.
I guess Bohm's the leader in the clubhouse of the guy you'd consider.
Bohm's the guy for me.
Reese, as we talked about yesterday,
He's 29 now.
I know, but when looking at the free agent market for first baseman these next 2-3 years, it's not great. There's not a ton of clear upgrades. So maybe that's one you consider. Look, Dave Dombrowski better be looking 3 and 5 years ahead as part of this rebuild and reshaping of the franchise.
Justin Crawford.
Yeah, so they better have a better idea than me, who's just looking at free agent lists on the internet like a dope. If they feel as though Reese is the best they can do over the next 2 or 3 years, you probably consider it. I mean, he's hot and cold, but he's consistent, meaning he'll find the back of his baseball card pretty much every year. You can kind of count on that now. It's just peaks and valleys. It's him and Bohm are the only two because Stott you still have many years of control with. But no, I mean, I'm not rushing to do
Stott
either.
Hasn't earned that.
No, he certainly hasn't.
I'm for it at times.
Those are the only young
of buying out the arbitration years. I totally get it, especially with a team that's gone past the luxury tax at this point. We talked about it. Yeah, it's not our money, but I mean, eventually John Middleton goes.
Well, Scott Kingery's making $6.5 million this year.
Yeah,
so
and even that,
cool.
I understood why they did it.
The Kingery one?
Yeah, I still understand why they did it. I'm like the only one, but but I mean, you're playing the long game of people forget Kingery was compared to Dustin Pedroia. I mean, he was supposed to be like Pedroia, but better.
Maybe people would have felt better if it wasn't that particular general manager giving.
No, I think it was the fact that the guy ended up sucking at baseball.
In the moment, like you said.
In the moment,
you understood
in the moment, it was head scratching, but it was all right, well, we've got our second baseman of the future, and he's getting all this acclaim, and then they come out and they say, hey kid, getting a center field, a position you never played before, real smart. But, I understand the logic of it. I mean, Boehm is probably the only one. You buy the arbitration years, you're getting them at a discount because you figure the arbitration years, they're going to be making, if all goes well, they'll be making 15 to 20 million. So if you can buy those out and get them at 10, makes sense.
How long, in terms of years, would you look at?
Boehm's, 25?
Certainly not giving him an Austin Riley 10-year deal.
10,
but 5 years,
I would look.
I'd give him like a 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
need to see a little more power first before I do that.
I agree with that. That's the one thing that hasn't come around yet. And
there's hope it will.
Year, his rookie year he was there. His rookie year he hit and he wasn't there. No, never mind. He hit 4 home runs. I'm an idiot.
Wow, I thought it was more than that too.
I thought it was more. I thought it was way more.
Yeah.
7 this year. Yeah, his power numbers need to come around. If you give him 7 years at
a little over 70,
15 each.
Oh,
so that's 7, 15. I mean, because he's not going to take. You're basically buying out your arbitration years, but giving him a raise for the first 3 or 4. But you're buying out those last years that you figure he'll be making. If the trend continues to go the way it is, he'll be making 25 to 30 at that point. So I would give him 7 over 15 each. But I mean, I'm not also rushing to the table to do it.
There's no rush yet.
Yeah, there's really not.
Austin Riley looks like a guy that can be an MVP of the NL. So I understood their rush. I don't think anybody on the Phillies. And that just speaks to the farm systems. I just read to you guys during the break. For the next 4 or 5 years, they have Matt Olson, Albies, Acuna Jr., and Austin Riley locked up for $65 million in totality per year.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That makes me...
I don't love hearing that.
I mean, look what a farm system can do for you because you invest in these guys young. There is a little sense of loyalty to the team that brought him up. Ozzie Albies' agent should be fired and never work in baseball again for allowing his client to sign that contract. But that being said, they all stayed in a culture they knew, they liked, they were comfortable with, and they probably all took below market value, except maybe Matt Olson. He probably got market value.
Good drafting, man.
Yeah.
Well, good drafting.
Another reason why they might not be inclined to do a long-term deal a la like an Austin Riley, buy out those arbitration years, is because of the fact that they're past the luxury tax. So by looking in the long game and saying, okay, we can buy out those arbitration years and save some money in the future, you're going to have to give the guy a substantial raise now, which makes you go over the luxury tax even more. Combine that with the fact that, we've pretty much determined there's not really anybody that kind of deserves it. The only other guy that I could think of that you might want to is Sir Anthony, but you can't even rely on him because of his injury history.
Is Ranger Suarez worth locking
Sir Anthony's 27 at this point now, too. Ranger, no. I mean, and I'm a big Ranger Suarez guy, but no. He hasn't really done anything to command it. Pitching's finicky.
This is a reflection of their farm system.
I mean, most of the time you lock up position players, and
they're on
primarily
keep buying them now.
Your position players have been bought. Yeah, I mean they're already locked up long term, so you don't have that future guy that has come up. I mean, Reese is a free agent. That's your homegrown guy right there. Stott is hitting under 200. He's not even hitting his weight, so you're not gonna lock him up.
Not yet.
I'm not saying the guy's cooked, but there's no reason to lock him up.
No.
Boom, okay, but how much is he willing to take? And exactly, there's no rush because you're already up against the luxury tax.
He's not that good.
And then pretty much your entire outfield other than center field is bought. So
cool.
Connor.
I don't think it's the worst thing in the world.
It's not, but it'd be cool if we had an Austin Riley type.
We do. His name's Bryce Harper.
Do we have an Albies? Do we have an Acuna Jr.? Do we have...
Well, there's a reason they're wearing
Dansby
rings.
Swanson.
They got rings on their finger for a reason.
You got to stop being so negative and just be happy with what we do have. Because we do have...
What do you have? A long streak of non-playoff appearances? That's what you have.
If you guys want to be...
You're going to make it.
Negative Nancy.
They sound like my Twitter mentions last night. Why so negative, Jamie? Well, you're usually positive. No, the Phillies drive me insane.
Dude, mute those.
The Phillies drive me insane.
Yeah, so when you put out a tweet like that, immediately go to it and hit mute conversation, and you won't have to deal with that.
Well,
the mute button's beautiful, man.
I think they like our conversation.
No, they don't.
Yeah, I think they do.
No, they can kick around.
This team is going to drive me mad.
Thanks for listening.
Because there's nothing worse than putting a tweet out like that and then you get the, yeah, but.
All I did was put out a sarcastic, love to see teams in the NL East thriving when talking about yet another Braves trade.
Okay, so that tweet did crack me up real quick because it wasn't even about a Braves trade. It was a rumor that somebody was interested in a player. I don't remember what it was. It was like a John Heyman tweet. And you put like, oh, man, it must be nice or something like that. I'm like, dude, this is a rumor.
Doesn't matter. I'd love a rumor.
But you're so
we got
thirsty.
Noah Syndergaard.
I'm hearing the Phillies are interested in Juan Soto. There's your rumor. There you go.
So,
Look at that.
I get
I'll
it,
tweet
though.
it out.
I get it because you're so thirsty for that info that you're like,
it has been quiet.
I need something here.
Just give me something.
I'm on an island. I need some water.
Connor saw fam and thought, oh.
I thought the same thing.
Phillies.
How many words have a PH that started?
I thought the same thing. I thought, Tommy Pham's in town.
He's here.
Not so fast.
I saw him at Malvern. He was checking out the school.
This 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by the all-new Best Parks app, Sportsbook and Casino, and one sleek, easy-to-use app in PA and New Jersey. Make sure you check it out. That's when you pick up your phone. But, Jamie, there's another reason to put your phone down. We will get into that on the other side right here at the John Kincade Show.
The John Kincade Show.
This is not radio fantasy camp. We're on the air here.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and save you on high energy bills, I suggest you go Guida and finally replace your old, drafty, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Hi, it's Ricky Bowe, and right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and the pay it off interest free for up to 12 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Hi, it's John Kincade for my friends at Copair Health, and I've reached the 3-month mark, down 23 pounds. And I have so many dreams about getting 10 more pounds off, as I've set 33 pounds as my target goal. It has been so easy with Copair Health because Copair Health coaches you through the process. You may be a guy who wants to lose 40 or 60 pounds. I'm promising you, they can get you on the right track, and by the time the holidays roll around, you're going to be feeling better. I know this. I feel better when I'm at the pool and I take my shirt off. I feel better when I'm putting on my clothes and everything fits a little better. And I've also been giving a ton of clothes away because I can't fit in them anymore. These are all the benefits. Plus, there's psychological benefits. You feel better with Copair Health. At COPAREhealth.com, Vance has coached me through the process. 3 months, 23 pounds. I'm loving it. Here's what I want you to do. Save hundreds. Contact Copair Health, COPAREhealth.com, and you can save hundreds on your program. All you have to do is mention John Kincade from The Fanatic. Copair Health, it's changing my life.
The esports world was shocked this week as Shroud, one of the most famous gaming influencers in the world, announced his return to esports. Shroud played for Cloud9 for 4 years, where he gained notoriety for his highly skilled performances. In 2017, Shroud moved on to streaming, where he's cultivated a massive following online. Now, one of the greatest players of all time is coming out of retirement to play for Sentinel's Valorant team.
The latest esports and gaming news. Find it online at checkpointxp.com.
Geico presents Daily Affirmations.
Repeat after me. Our thoughts are like the ocean.
Our thoughts are like the ocean.
Our thoughts create our reality.
Our thoughts create our reality.
We're thinking Geico offers claim service 24/7 with personalised attention from an assigned team.
Geico offers claim service? I wasn't thinking that.
We think it and it becomes our reality.
So, what about washboard abs?
Let's give it a go. Think really hard.
Okay, abs.
Yep, keep thinking.
To manifest more Geico in your life, go to geico.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every mile. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $35.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Come on, we're going to be late to the cookout.
I was just packing up my famous mac and cheese.
I hope you packed the Pepto, too.
Huh?
Pepto-Bismol provides fast relief from heartburn and indigestion. You know, that uncomfortable feeling after you eat too much. And after the deviled eggs, baked beans, and barbecue ribs, you're going to need it.
Barbecue ribs? I should probably pack an extra shirt, too.
Good call.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
5X480. Dayton B100 V-Belt. One of the many parts Grainger carries. It's also the item that helped Rob carry the day. The job was on hold. Deadline fast approaching. But a quick search on Grainger.com and Rob found his part. And with same-day pickup at his local branch, he and his crew got the job done safely and on time. Get supplies and solutions for every industry with real-time product availability. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's a fact. Only 0.0001% of people will ever step up to the plate as a pro baseball player. For the rest of us, there's BetRivers.com Sportsbook app. Featuring same-game parlays, you can combine the excitement of different bets all from the same game. Totals? Bet 'em. Spreads? Bet 'em. Player props? It's a home run. Download the BetRivers.com Sportsbook app today. It's a whole new game.
Presented by Rivers Casino Pittsburgh. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Meet Allison, teammate at Truist Bank. Hi. She was born to care, and she always had your back. You could say that. Like that time back in the mid-'80s when she spotted Stacy Kaminsky with her new perm, and a car was coming, about to hit a puddle. So Allison jumps in front of the splash, just in time to protect Stacy's fresh curls.
Look, I had to do it. A wet perm just doesn't work.
Today, Allison's a teammate at Truist, the bank that starts with care. When you start with care, you get a different kind of bank. Learn more at truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Mom, Dad, I humbly suggest you save some money and shop Amazon for back to school. It's for my growth, meaning my body's growing at an alarming rate. And clothes you buy me this year will be very small very soon. Plus, the clothes I love today will be out of style tomorrow. But at least your wallet doesn't have to be my fashion victim if you shop low prices for school at Amazon. Hopefully this is helpful. Amazon. Spend less, smile more.
It's Stars and Stripes Harley's 000 event. 0 cash down, 0 interest, and 0 payments until fall on any new Harley this week. Annual percentage rates such as 1.99% and no payments until fall on any new Harley. At Stars and Stripes Harley's 000 event now through Sunday.
On approved credit.
Xfinity Internet is fast, and it's powerful enough to connect hundreds of devices at once. Unbeatable Internet with supersonic Wi-Fi. Go to Xfinity.com. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Whether you were a day one listener or have just joined the party, we're glad to have you here. It's the John Kincade Show. It's continuing now
on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
7:30, 97.5 The Fanatic, according to my microphone. Here on the John Kincade Show, Jamie Lynch, Pat Eaton, Connor Thomas, Eric Coach Camille.
Your mic is big in Japan.
Is it?
It's just big
huge.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm blushing, guys. The YouTube community is having a lot of fun.
Lay them all out because, look, guys, if one thing you'll know about me, if you haven't listened to me at night, let's have fun. I don't care. Let's do it. Let's have some fun.
It's been going on for a little while here.
Since yesterday.
Yeah, they were on it yesterday early.
Yes. Haley told us a whole list of stuff from yesterday. We have some new ones in there. What do we have?
So just to hit you with this morning's, Devon's Mike drives the Tahoe. Devon's Mike fought Chuck Norris and won. Devon's Mike has to pay extra when crossing bridges. Devon's Mike lives in a mansion. Devon's Mike needs a seatbelt extender on Delta. Devon's Mike gets both its own charging station and Wi-Fi hotspot. His Mike climbed the Empire State Building and on. And Devon's Mike is J-Lo's date to the Emmys.
Devon's Mike definitely has to buy 2 seats on Spirit Airlines.
I love it. I love it. Well,
that's
look,
great.
First of all, folks, this is station issued.
That is a big boy.
That's the one. They gave it to. I was like, all right.
Yeah,
it's
my
the
own
Mike
off
screen.
Amazon.
It's
That's
mine.
a beefy one.
That's a beefy boy.
I clean it. I wash it, right? I do all the stuff I'm supposed to do.
I just burn and churn them. I bought an Amazon pack.
Did you?
Yeah.
I did say I was going to do that, but I got around to doing it.
Once I get some work on it, I usually just discard it and move on.
Yeah, I just clean it.
Well, when you got a big one, Devon, you got to take care of it, right?
Take care of it. Seems to be very popular.
All right, there.
I don't know where.
Talking
to go
about
with
Mike
that.
Screen,
Yeah.
guys.
Of course. Yeah, for people listening, by the way, it's the foam cover of the
It is
the
the
mic.
mic screen.
Yeah, so
it's not the microphone. You guys keep calling it the mic, but I understand. It's the mic screen.
Devon's mic counts as a comfort animal on planes.
That's the best one. That's the best. Who said that one? That was good.
That was Sean Gillespie.
Yeah, that was a good
I do
one.
travel with it. Yeah.
Devon's mic has to pay $40 when it parks at the link.
Actually, no, it has his own parking pass.
Devon's mic is its own category on Pornhub.
Didn't need that one.
Why not?
Didn't need that one, James.
Why not? Why not?
That was a
Could
good
have
one,
left
too.
it at the parking spot.
That was a good one.
We're having fun.
Well, my mic screen says it's time for the linchpin. How about that?
This is the linchpin.
Jalen Reagor, please just log off, man.
Speaking my language, you're speaking my mic screen's language, Jamie. Put the phone down.
Yeah. So
Stay
yes.
off of.
Yeah, just stay off of Twitter.
That's it.
He had the luxury this year of kind of the pressure off a little bit. He wasn't forced to be one of the team's, top 2 receivers. He could kind of, I think 3's locked up with Quez. He was kind of battling for that 4th, maybe 5th spot there.
Zach Pascal.
Yeah, and
He's
Zach
actually
Pascal.
favorite of the head coach, though.
Yeah, so he might be battling for that 5th spot. They're not going to cut him because it costs the team more money to straight up cut him than it does to keep him. So I guess you keep him as that 5th or 6th wide receiver. Hope I'm done with him returning punts, but maybe they try to force him in that way to contribute a little bit. I just don't think they're going to cut him. It's a possibility, but financially it just doesn't make sense to cut him. So I think they'll hold on to him, but I say that with a question mark. So yesterday, if you missed it, in his now since deleted tweet, Jalen Reagor, quote, tweets one John Clark. And the John Clark tweet basically alludes to, it says, Jalen Reagor with a drop, and several times once again getting out-muscled and outmaneuvered for a ball with the defensive back deflecting it. Jalen Reagor then, quote, tweets it and says, bro, y'all got to stop with this cap-ass bleep. Since deleted.
What does that mean?
Cap is lie, Pat. I believe that's what the kids call a lie.
Yeah, you
can't just call it a lie.
Because cap sounds cooler.
I know this makes me like I'm officially old now, but
Yes,
like,
you are.
how does that even equate to lie?
Cap ass bleep.
Nah, that's cap, bro.
I need like an actual like just definition. Like how do you get lie from cap? How?
Because it's no cap.
Someone explain to me, like, this is just made up. Like, someone just woke up one day and said, yo, I'm just going to start calling a lie a cap.
It's kind of how language works, Pat.
I'm so blown away
People
by
just
this.
wake
but
up
like,
and make up words, and then we say them forever.
But how did we get to here? How did we get from lie to cap? I know, I sound like an old man in a cloud right now, but
according to Urban Dictionary,
I'm lost.
The use of the phrase no cap is meant to convey authenticity and truth. The phrase originated in reference to decorative gold teeth, which can be divided into 2 distinct varieties: permanent gold teeth, a.k.a. perms, or caps, a.k.a. the pullouts. So the cap tooth was the fake gold tooth. Anyway, there we go. A little history on cap. But Jalen Reagor,
I didn't need that, so I appreciate it.
yeah, no, at least
I just love listening.
At least I have context.
My brothers here.
according to my sources on Urban Dictionary.
I got to take you guys around the way. Come hang out with me.
Yeah.
Around the way a little bit.
I
I'm
just
not
won't
cool
be
enough.
using cap or no cap.
I'm not
Never.
cool enough to ever say cap or no cap, so I'm out.
Yeah,
Me and you, if we
it's
start
real easy.
if we start using cap or no cap, then it's dead. Immediately,
Just fire me the next day,
word
coach.
gets around, and it's like, yeah, we can't use that anymore.
When
These
you
two
see a
jagaloons are
report
using it.
that the Phillies in on Tyler Malley, you're like,
Cap or no cap, Connor?
That's cap, man. just move on. That's straight up
that's
cap.
no cap.
Yeah.
No cap?
That's no cap.
All right, no cap.
All right.
That's what I've been looking
glad
at.
we
That
handled
is
that
a report. We'll get to that in a little bit.
There's only so far I can go. I can't
But
dive into that.
as far as this go, Jay, and I agree with you because we kind of talked when we mentioned Miles Sanders yesterday when we talked about him, and I brought it up again, talking too much. He is the other candidate for me that talks too much.
And this isn't the first time he's done something
not.
on Twitter.
And he keeps doing it, and
it's not helping himself.
It is not at all. He needs to be Look, he had a rough offseason because his best friend
That's, I think, second person close to him that's died in the last 2 years.
You know, that stuff. But and he's young, so he's on social media a lot. But he has to realize, and I'm sure they've told him, I'm sure they've tried the veterans.
I'm sure.
They've put their arm around him and tried to just lead him in that direction of, look, this is not helping you. Stay off of it. Hence the deleted tweet.
Yes.
Because he keeps doing this. He has not produced as a first round. There's already pressure there. Even Justin Jefferson has to respond now to Jalen Reagor conversations
leave that guy alone.
about leaving him alone. He has to stop this because it's not helping. This is his career now of non-production and talking too much locally, where it is not helping his case at all.
Yeah.
He has to stay off of social media, or else he's going to find himself looking for a new job, and someone will give him an opportunity.
Absolutely.
Is it time for him to just simply have a change of scenery?
It might be best for both parties at this point. Look, it's easy for me as a fully developed grown man to say, like, just log off. It's a lot different for like a 22, 23-year-old kid to just easily do that. But we've talked about it. Camp is overanalyzed. Thoughts are tweeted just as they come to reporters' heads. You're not going to do yourself or your career any good by wasting any mental capacity or space on this crap. I mean, because I want Jalen Reagor to succeed. It's the best thing for the Eagles. Do I think he's going to at this point? No, I don't. But as a draft nerd, I have a pretty staunch 3-year rule that I try to live by. Guys struggle early on, especially if they're 20, 21 years old sometimes. Year 3 is kind of where you determine what you are as an NFL player. So, look, part of me as an Eagles fan is still pulling for the kid. I think it's over, but I just think he's not doing himself any good. He could have been in the shadows, grinded really hard this year.
Let's go play.
And played football and kind of had the pressure off his shoulders a little bit. But instead, he inserted himself right back into it yesterday. Just log off, man.
And Chad Johnson, we all, we talk about Chad
Love
Johnson.
Ocho Cinco.
And he talked about it at the end of the season where he said, look, he's going to be fine. I work with him. He's going to be fine, and he sees him. But this doesn't help us on the outside looking in when people who are around the team at practice, Pat, and they see how he is performing, however it is he's performing, and they tell us what he's doing. We saw the one video early on where he caught that pass along the sideline. Okay, cool. They showed it to us. So, all right, maybe this is something. But it is also going to be brought up when he does drop passes or make a mistake or can't get off the line of scrimmage. It's going to be documented, and that's what it was. He has to ignore it, though, and stop it.
All right, settings, notifications, filters, muted notifications, hit all of them, bud. Like, you guys talk about Miles Sanders getting on your nerves about how much he talks. Miles Sanders has done something in this league. Jalen Reagor pisses me off to no end because he hasn't done jack squat, and yet he hops on Twitter and mouths off when people dare say, hey, he's not performing, and he really hasn't performed his entire career. Like, he's deleted Twitter before. He's reopened it up and deleted it again. Like, dude, just shut up.
You're not helping yourself.
You know the other part that I don't think helps
you're not helping yourself because I see this and I get pissed off. And if I hadn't seen this tweet, look, John Clark's tweet didn't pop up on my feed.
No.
Jalen Reagor's tweet popped up on my feed.
Exactly.
Jalen Reagor's tweet pissed me off. John Clark's tweet did not piss me off. The initial tweet that I didn't see, even if I had seen it, wouldn't have pissed me off. The fact that this guy hops right after practice, has to hop on Twitter and comment on it, that pisses me off. I understand how hard it is to not fire back. But, man, like, Twitter literally puts it into place where ignorance is bliss and you have this wall, right, that'll just, all the hate, it just blocks it out and you have no idea it's happening. Like, do it, man. Especially during training camp when you're fighting for a roster spot.
That should be your focus.
Yeah, that should be your focus.
That alone.
And I'm not one of these, like, old school guys of like, oh, get back in the gym 100% of the time, get off Instagram, blah. But, like, in this particular situation, it just seems like you're more worried about your public image than fixing the mistake that clearly happened in practice.
Yep, I agree, man. Martin Law, Philly's original law firm for injured workers. Schedule a free consultation today at paworkinjury.com. And don't forget as well, day 2 of the best show ever. Debuted yesterday. Off to a good start. Tyrone Johnson, Hunter Brody, Ricky Bo, and Jen Scordo. That will be again today at 2 o'clock. And just as we talked about a little bit during the break, our Phillies conversation carried over into the break, guys. Jamie Lynch, Pat Egan, Connor Thomas, Devon Givens, Eric Coach Camille, John Heyman. A few minutes ago here on Twitter.
Oh, we got some slop?
Puts out there.
What do you got?
The Minnesota Twins and Phillies are among teams on Reds right-hander Tyler Mahle. Underrated pitcher who's been very good lately. Do you see something here? Connor.
Absolutely see something here. This is the guy I've been looking at since the trade deadline rumors first started materializing about 2 weeks ago, because he's a guy that's better than what his numbers show this year. He's a guy on a team that's selling, and he's a guy that's on a team that has already sold off a starting pitcher, which to me means that you might be able to sneak him for a little bit less because of the return they've already got. Now, there's a competing school of thought, and Pat wasn't wrong when we talked about it in the break, saying, yeah, the Luis Castillo trade that the Reds made with the Mariners, where they got like 3 of the Mariners' top 10 prospects back for that could set the market higher for Mahle. But to me, I also think that maybe they're at the point where it's like, okay, we got a good return for this guy already. We got a guy on an expiring deal that we're going to get rid of anyway. Maybe the Phillies sneak in there and get him at a premium.
Why do you say he's better than his numbers? I'm just curious.
He started off the year like an ERA in the low 5s, and over the past month, he's had like low 3 ERA. And his track record says he's better than where his numbers are right now. So I think that you can get, when you look at just what he's done this season, the slow start kind of dilutes how good he's been recently.
Okay.
Pat?
Yeah, I mean, at this point,
it's an upgrade.
Yeah, it's an upgrade. I still want to bat more than a starting pitcher, but he's under team control, which fits the narrative. I do wonder how much they'd have to give up for him. They don't want to touch the 5 prospects. It's Abel, Painter, O'Hoppe, Ben Brown, and Griff McGarry. So after that, I've said it before. I think Moniak's probably getting dangled out there. I think Jalen Ortiz will get dangled out there.
Definitely.
I don't think they're married to Derek Hall. There's guys out there that just, I think if a team calls on Matt Vierling, they're not like, no, God, please take my firstborn. Don't take Matt Vierling. There's guys out there that we look at as a fan base and we go, they have, they probably have no value, but they actually do when it's a team that's selling. They just kind of want to get something for him. This is a different situation because he is under team control. Matt Gelb tweeted out a couple days ago that the Reds had put a high price on Mahle, and the players, if the Phillies don't want to offer one of their top pitching prospects, they are likely to be outbid. So I think this is becoming kind of a little bit of a trend with the Phillies where they're in on these pitchers, but they're getting outbid. Syndergaard was rumored to be one of the names mentioned, but the Blue Jays have kind of swooped in, and now they're viewed as the favorite. If you keep getting outbid, eventually you might have to bulk on a Ben Brown who's 24 and in high A ball and has ridiculous strikeout numbers and is having a really good season. But eventually you got to give something to get something. So the Phillies also might have put this notion out there that they don't want to trade one of these top 5 guys just to kind of up the price a little bit for their own talent and kind of put a premium on their guys. So I'd be cool with it, but I still think they need a bat.
Still need a bat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still focused.
It'll be interesting to see what he goes for.
Like what I said earlier, I mean, it's a low bar. We're talking with, a starting caliber center field player and a starting pitcher can improve this team a lot. You can't do nothing. I mean, that much we know.
Yeah, if they come out and do nothing,
if you watch every team in the playoffs make a move, and the team ahead of you is making a move and still potentially interested in Juan Soto on top of it,
man,
and the Cardinals behind you already made a move and are potentially in on Juan Soto.
I'd be blown away if Juan Soto gets traded.
You still don't think?
Same.
I think he gets traded at the winter meetings.
Okay.
They can get more for him at the winter meetings. There's more teams involved. They'll be able to see this year's draft class perform a little bit. Yeah, I'd just be blown away. It's more of a talent pool at that point.
And what was it yesterday? The Padres again?
It's
the Padres, the Cardinals,
the Padres, Cardinals,
and the Dodgers were the big 3 contending
it's the same
for him.
3 or 4
and
teams.
they're all in the National
Man,
League.
they have to do something.
Yeah.
Have to do something.
I understand not wanting to move Painter and Abel.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
Outside.
Not even close.
For Soto? Oh, well, yeah, of course. But we're not talking about Soto. We're just talking in general. I understand wanting to protect those guys. I do. 19 and 20 years old. Painter's numbers are ridiculous. You don't want to part with that for nothing.
I'm not trading him.
But once you get outside like their top 5 guys, I mean, what are we doing here? McGarry, okay. Protect him. He's 23. If he's 23 now, that he better be contributing to the big club next year. You know what I mean? One part of the Phillies' problem is they wait until guys are 25, 20, late 24, 26 years old. It's like eventually you're going to have to find somebody that's 23 and can contribute to the big club.
I'm cool with when you're 25 because if you're drafted at a college, that's kind of your timetable that you should hit. My problem is when they bring these guys up, they throw them in long relief to start out, and then they throw them in the back end. Like the fact that Ranger Suarez worked out with how they had his career going is kind of insane because it just never works out like that. They rarely bring up a starting pitcher, throw him in the rotation, and just let him pitch. It's always like it's the Bailey Falter situation.
I mean, who was the last guy, really? Kyle Kendrick?
I was going to say Kyle Kendrick, but it can't be. No, it's probably Nola.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, Nola was probably it. But they're so few and far between.
Yeah.
And the old school line of thinking was like, hey, we got this guy. We'll bring him up for a spot start. He'll actually do this crazy thing called like starting because he'd done that in the minors. And then
even though they had him in the bullpen first.
Yeah, it's just like it screws these guys up. Like it is a different mentality. I mean, pitchers will tell you, Ricky will tell you, it's a different mentality when you go from starting to all of a sudden now I'm in mop-up duty.
Right.
Now I'm going 3 innings. Now my arm isn't stretched out. Like Bailey Falter was a starting pitcher in the minor leagues, and the Phillies bring him up and they have him pitch long relief in mop-up duty. And now when Billy Falter starts, we just automatically go, well, it's a bullpen game because we're introduced to him as a bullpen piece.
Guy, yeah.
In reality, no, he's a starting pitcher. It's just like I hate the way that this team has handled 95% of their prospects. It's basically been like Bohm, Stott, and Nola were the only ones that they actually like brought up and said, here, you guys can play your natural position and we'll just deal with your growing pains. And other than that, it's like, no, you're a first baseman, play left field. Oh, you're a starter? No, get long relief. Like, they can't get out of their own damn way. It's insane.
You still feel good about Falter right now? Just going in as your 5th in the event that they don't get one of these others?
I think he can be your 5th. My problem is you can't go to a game with Nick Nelson starting. Like I said it yesterday, I'd have to look at his timeline if like he's even scheduled to start, but I would rather have Griff McGarry starting over Nick Nelson tonight.
And the Phillies
bring him up for one start and then send him back down to AA.
Phillies back at it 7:20 tonight, and they will be going against Spencer Strider.
Screw that guy.
There you go. Loving the young guy. Huh?
Screw that guy, dude.
Yeah. Well, Nick Nelson is 3-1 with a 3.9 ERA.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those have been like the long relief appearances where you get him to the 3rd or the 4th inning already.
But he's not along the same lines as that Spencer Strider, huh?
Yeah, not remotely.
No,
not
really.
really, because no mustache. The mustache makes all the difference.
He does that.
That's the key.
And the tight pants.
He's got such a punchable face.
He does.
As a guy with a punchable face, he's got a punchable face.
Is it the mustache?
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, it's like that hipster, I put a tweet out of like, this is a guy who calls like Bud Light piss water and likes to uses 10-speed to get to work and has a closet full of flannel. Like, he looks like a douchebag.
Tells you where the best pulled pork in town is.
Like Klay Thompson rides his bike to work.
Yeah, it's a different.
Klay Thompson's cool.
Yeah.
All right.
This guy we hate.
Yeah. Klay Thompson has a mongoose. This guy has a Schwinn. Big difference.
Schwinn people?
They make
big difference.
They make different money, right?
Just a little bit.
Klay Thompson's doing like tricks, like Matt Hoffman.
Klay Thompson is living his best life right now,
isn't he?
When I saw him cheering on his brother at the Dodgers game, chugging beers in the front row
and jumping around,
just having fun. I was like, this guy's killing it right now.
Yeah, damn, having a good life. Just living a good life.
It'll be super interesting to see what the Phillies end up giving up though in some of these trades.
Yeah, I am looking. I've had the Phillies top prospect page open for what feels like 2 weeks on my tab
for
here.
The show, man, because we're gonna need it.
Yeah.
Finding out by 6 p.m. tonight.
I would love for something to happen this morning.
That would
just
be
to
nice.
Wet the beak a little bit.
That would be nice. Nick Nelson, Spencer Strider tonight. Phillies against the Braves, as the Phillies are 55-47, 3rd in the NL East, and the Braves are 2nd with a 62-41 record. And right now, with the Phillies in the standings, in the wild card positioning with the Cardinals, who made a big move yesterday, the Phillies do still have a game up on the Cards and are 2 games back of the San Diego Padres. On the other side, though, we do have to transition a little bit to the Birds. Zach Berman at 8:10 from The Athletic. He'll talk about the Birds and all that's going on. We'll probably bring up the Jalen Reagor part of it.
I would think so.
A little bit. And is there pressure on other people not named Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts? Of course there is. I have one. I want to ask you guys who you may have as well with some pressure on them for the upcoming 22 football season. We'll do that next. The 8 o'clock hour, the John Kincade Show on a Tuesday.
The John Kincade Show.
I am so excited I can't stand it.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hi, it's Cuz. Is your summer weight loss plan not working out as well as you hope? Look, hope is not a strategy. This is what you got to do. Contact njdiet.com today. They will contractually guarantee you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Just go to njdiet.com. Their program starts with bioenergetically personalized supplements that are based on your saliva, your hair, and your blood work. And then NJ Diet uses DNA testing to create your ideal diet plan and workout regimen to help you keep the weight off. You're not sure you can do it alone? NJ Diet's with you every step of the way. You're fully monitored by their certified staff to make sure you're burning fat, not just losing water. You'll also get the doctor's personal email and phone number. NJ Diet is committed to you keeping the weight off. It's all natural, no shots, no hormones, no surgery, no prepackaged foods. Locations close by: Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, Cherry Hill. Worldwide live online video consultations. Call them. 855-5NJ-DIET. Or go to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com and lose the weight for good.
Oh, are you seeing these readings? This is incredible.
Short-staffed, Marco's climate research facility is in the eye of the storm. The atmospheric pressure to find more weather specialists is mounting.
Man, this is going to be a big job. We're going to need a bigger team.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You've got bugs. What's your move? A rattly can? Or a simple spritz? Bugs near your kids and pet? Will it be ingredients you can't pronounce? Ew. Or essential oils? Bother the bugs, not your family. Zevo uses essential oils, which attack bugs' biological systems, so Zevo kills bugs, plus is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Zevo, people-friendly. Bug-deadly. Now at a store near you.
Gain presents a tale of longing and long-lasting scent. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Add Gain scent beads for an even longer-lasting scent.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every mile. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $35.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive presents Don't Do It Yourself.
Okay, read me the manual.
Using a Phillips screwdriver, drehen Sie die Haube, bis sie fit sitzt.
What was that?
Drehen Sie die Haube, bis sie fit sitzt.
This sounds like another language to me.
Okay, maybe we should bundle our home and auto with Progressive. We could save big, then pay someone to do it for us.
Maybe. What's next?
Next, Pony Ostium Pronus and Terra.
Was that one Latin?
Save when bundling home and auto with Progressive and use the money to, not do it yourself. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
So what's the score in your house? You know, from the epic thermostat battle that's been raging all summer. Secretly adjusting the thermostat when your partner wasn't looking to try and stay comfortable. It's time for a truce with special financing offers and rebates on a new high-efficiency heating and cooling system from Trane, including a whole house air filtration system to keep the air you breathe clean and safe. Visit Trane.com to find an independent Delaware Valley Trane Comfort specialist near you. It's hard to stop a Trane. Subject to credit approval.
Hellsberg Diamonds presents The Guy Who Found the Perfect Ring. Jake needed an engagement ring, so
So he did his research, asked his fiance's best friends for advice.
She wants emerald cuts.
Definitely.
And he went to Hellsberg Diamonds. Jake knew that Hellsberg's been in business for over 100 years. That means quality. And with their price match guarantee, he'd get a great deal. And she'd get the ring she's always wanted.
Way to go, Jake.
So be like Jake. Find the ring of her dreams at a Hellsberg Diamonds near you or at Hellsberg.com.
At CSL Plasma, you can make up to $825 this month when you donate plasma at any of CSL Plasma's tri-state area donation centers. That's money you get on a reloadable, prepaid card for doing a good deed. Plasma donations help create therapies to treat patients with rare and serious diseases, and donations are needed now more than ever. The donation process is a lot like donating blood, with a nice chunk of change in your pocket when you're done. As a thank you for your time, you don't need an appointment to donate. Walk-ins are welcome.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. The John Kincade Show.
I just want to let you know that I am completely unprepared for this, and I blame both of you.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
7:58, 97.5 The Fanatic, the John Kincade Show. I'm Devon Givens in for John and Bob. Bob had the day off today. Jamie Lynch, Pat Egan, Connor Thomas, Eric Coach Camille, Haley Taylor handling everything back with the YouTube, making sure that they make fun of the microphone screen, and we love it.
I didn't realize Haley was a double first name person.
Haley Taylor.
Yeah, I don't think
you
I
never
knew her
trust.
last name.
You never trust a firsty.
Yeah.
What do you mean you never trust a firsty?
Connor Thomas?
Ask me next time.
Said what I said, bud.
Verbal
You never trust a firsty.
Connor Thomas.
Never.
We got two of them walking
You just
amongst
don't.
us.
That was I got that advice from the what's the group that does the
Who's this?
the comedy group that does the cop movies.
Reno 911.
Oh,
no, Super Troopers.
Yeah.
Broken Lizard.
There's something
Broken Lizard. Yeah, Broken Lizard. That's where I got the advice from Broken Lizard. You don't trust a firsty.
Well, anytime those guys give you advice, you got to take it.
Yeah, I mean they all went to Colgate, so they're smarter than you.
Wow.
Owned.
I'd like to see their
You got
SAT scores.
owned, bud. You just got cooked. Shut your mic off. Your day's done.
All right. Double name. Done. I can't control your mic.
You're not coming
here,
back from that, bud. You're not.
Yeah,
Don't even
got
try.
You. He got you. Connor Thomas. That is right there. Again, in for John and Bob this morning. And one of the things that Bob did talk about yesterday, though, post-show, he and I had a chance to bring it up a little bit and conversate about, was as we discussed the Eagles so much yesterday, and again, Zach Berman at 8:10, he will join us here on the John Kincade Show, was the pressure that we brought up about Nick Sirianni, and he has all this pressure with him now, year 2. Same with Jalen Hurts because of the additions that were there. Now, is there anyone else for you? I don't know. Maybe it is Jalen Reagor. Maybe it's someone else. Pressure from the Philadelphia Eagles side of things, not name Nick Sirianni or Jalen Hurts. I have one. Should I go first or let you guys?
Yeah, why don't you kick it off?
Jonathan Gannon. Because he does now have the pieces to run the defense that he sees fit. And if he did not have it, and that was the reason, not an excuse, the reason for the poor defense last season, adjusting to his personnel as he had it a year ago, then this year, adding Bradbury, everything that they have up front. Pat keeps bringing up how good the linebacker core looks now, from White to Edwards, Dean, and Hassan Reddick, the big offseason pickup. They are really good on the defensive side. The only question you may have is the safety position, but some of the other stuff before it gets to them will probably help them out. So with all that being said, Pat, I'll start with you. Hello. Do you have someone else for the Philadelphia Eagles that has pressure on the season?
If you take mine, I'll be...
Yeah, the guy that we just talked about, Jalen Reagor.
Okay.
All right, good.
The dude's got to make a roster. You're a former first-round pick, and it's not just the fact that you're a former first-round pick, because we talked about Dillard earlier. Dillard doesn't have this mass amount of pressure on him because of the fact that the best offensive tackle in football wasn't taking one pick after him. And it also wasn't this dire position of need when they took Dillard. Reagor, different beast. Reagor, everybody knew they needed a wide receiver. Dire position of need. and the best guy went one pick after you.
Took the wrong.
And it was the best guy. Like, it was a guy
you knew
that
in the moment.
Most of the fan base, like, there's a lot of revisionist history out there, but most of the fan base went when they saw how the board played out, because a lot of people were CeeDee Lamb people, but most of the fan base, when the board played out the way it did, were Justin Jefferson. And you reach on Jalen Reagor. And then everything that we just talked about last segment with the tweets and stuff, there better be pressure on him because he's in danger of losing his NFL career. And you know what? He's going to be a hell of a wide receiver in the XFL, and he'll dominate the CFL. But if he wants to play in the NFL and not just be some kick returner, I should say punt returner because kick returner is non-existent, then he better feel the pressure. Like, this team's loaded at wide receiver. There's not a lot of place for him. You know, Jamie, you talked about it. Like, Quez kind of has that third spot.
Pascal is.
They brought in Pascal,
Sirianni's guy.
who is Sirianni's boy, right? Like, they hang out.
Said he's the fastest wide receiver in the league.
Yes, he did.
So, if that isn't pressure, I don't know what is, because you're in danger of losing your NFL career.
It's a great one.
Mine actually goes to the guy that doesn't seem to be talked about much. He was their big offseason addition. It's Hassan Reddick. Coming home, there's already some pressure there, but this team was third to last in terms of sacks in the NFL last year. They were one of the worst teams in the league. He's been a double-digit sack guy now 2 years in a row. There's going to be some expectations there that he repeats that. So if he ends up getting, 6.5 or 7 sacks, I think it's going to be a little disappointing to some people.
Sure.
He's looked at as the guy that's supposed to improve this pass rush. And part of that goes to Gannon in how he's used. But I do think there's a little pressure on him to perform at that high level.
That's a good one.
And
especially coming home, too.
Yeah. And if he doesn't get close to that, I don't think people will turn on him because he's one of us. But
he's got a long leash.
Yeah, he does have a long leash in terms of that.
Leash.
But I think it'll be disappointing. So I think there's some pressure there in terms of that because he's got to improve what was one of their worst aspects of the team last year.
Can he be a double-digit sack guy?
Yeah.
He can be.
I mean, that's unquestioned. He's done it.
That's the goal.
He's done it with two.
He's got to be.
Bad football teams.
We just don't see it here, so that's why.
Yeah, we don't.
I just bring it up that you need a double-digit sack guy.
Yeah, and we'll talk to
he should
Zach
be the one.
in a couple minutes. How there's reports of a decent amount of 3-4 being ran. And if that's the case, he's going to be kind of a DN, but from the linebacker position. Is Jonathan Gannon equipped to handle the 4-3-3-4 interchangeability and versatility of some of these guys? How do you best implement them? Are you blitzing more? Is he getting more attention and other guys are excelling at the pass rush? So I think there's a little bit of pressure on all the pass rushers, but especially Hassan Reddick.
Connor?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the big acquisition on the other side of the ball. A.J. Brown to me, and partially because you guys took a bunch of good ones before I got a chance to pick mine, but I don't think A.J. Brown could possibly grasp to this point how important like a number one overall bona fide, like great wide receiver is to this fan base. Haven't had one his caliber since Terrell Owens, you could argue. And what did T.O. do? But he showed up here and the team became an instant Super Bowl contender. Not that they weren't before, but he brought them to that point, was a big reason why they ended up getting there. If A.J. Brown doesn't work out, now people are going to point more towards the quarterback naturally, and that's the more likely scenario. It'll be because of Jalen Hurts' shortcomings. But if he struggles, and we expected to finally have this guy that would absolutely dominate, be a 1,000-yard receiving guy, be a 10-touchdown receiving guy, something in that area, and he comes out and he's disappointing the first couple weeks, this fan base is going to start questioning how does he fit here and what goes on. Now, he's got the Jalen Hurts buffer, but I think there will be some potential pressure if he has some missteps early.
That's a good one.
Hey, we got through it without mentioning Jalen Hurts. Look at us.
Well, again,
we're thriving
because we couldn't mention Jalen Hurts in that exercise that we just had. The 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers. Visit PAWorkinjury.com. I had another one.
Yeah, there's a YouTube one I'll throw into the mix, but you go first.
You go first, though, because it's YouTube.
Okay.
I don't want to take theirs if they have one.
I hope it's not yours, but Jim G says, I think there's some pressure on Slay this year.
No, that wasn't mine.
Okay, good. He says he faced horrific quarterback play for the most part last season. I hope he can keep up his great play against competent QBs this year. He faced good quarterbacks because the Eagles got carved up by him. Those quarterbacks just didn't attack Slay. for the most part. So, yeah, there's a little pressure there for sure. With Bradbury, getting added to the group, they're looked at on paper as one of the better cornerback trios in the NFL. So, as the leader of that, yeah, there's probably a little pressure there to repeat the great year you had last year.
Okay, that's a good one because, look, you're an all-pro. You're supposed to live up to that, and you're going to face a lot of really good wide receivers in the league. Absolutely.
I think he's ready for it. I have no worries there.
I'm not worried either. I'm not worried either.
No, I've seen him dominate
do
too many years. Yeah, that I'm not. It's not even a question to me. Good quarterback, bad quarterback. He shuts the best wide receiver down.
Yeah, I'm going with Josh Sweat. 7.5 sacks last season. And now you're going to have a guy like Hassan Reddick on the other side while they do it differently or even lining up however they line things up. Jonathan Gannon, that's one that we saw get off to a really good start. He would have games where he would have those sack and a half games, or he'll get to the quarterback. He'll just miss those hurries. He'll contribute the assists to whatever happened. And then he kind of tailed off. Is he up for that type of workload? And especially when you're going to have all that stuff that will be there.
Yeah.
Can he keep it going, but take it to that next level?
Yeah.
That contract, they gave you a contract to get to the quarterback. 7.5 is good. Can you be better?
Yeah, he should be able to approach 10.
When you're looking at Derek Barnett and Brandon Graham, I'm not even trying to come at him. I'm just Brandon Graham.
He's back. We're having this conversation again, aren't we?
When Brandon Graham, though, is back and you don't know. You think because he's Brandon Graham that he can do anything, right?
And the reports are that he's looked pretty decent for a guy coming off that injury.
But one that we would look at and say, all right, coming into this year again, second year of this new contract, things kind of went all right last season. I'm looking at Josh Sweat. I'm looking at him lining up every day, every Sunday, every game day. Are you getting to the quarterback?
Yeah, he's a guy I've loved. I thought he had that potential. 7.5 is good. Can he get to 10? Can he be a double-digit premier guy in this league? This is kind of the big year for him. He's going to have the starting role, whereas he was behind Barnett to start last year. He's kind of the guy. He's got Brandon Graham and Hassan Reddick on the other side. Can Josh Sweat get to 10 sacks? We'll find out. I hope he can because I like him.
I hope so, too. And that little conversation we just had there, I don't want to be biting my fingernails all season because they're not getting there. It's brought to you by teethkeepers.com. Dental and vision plans for everyone starting at under $8 a month at teethkeepers.com. Go to teethkeepers.com and enroll today. Well, joining us, we've been talking about him all morning, teasing that he was going to join the show. And as always, a great conversation. He joins us on the Comcast Business Hotline, covers the Philadelphia Eagles for The Athletic. That is Zach Berman this morning joining us on the John Kincade Show. Zach, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for joining us, man. And as usual, when the season gets underway for the Philadelphia Eagles, highly anticipated. And so far, a lot of the conversation does go back, Zach, as always, to the quarterback position and what we have seen from Jalen Hurts in the offseason, the improvements that need to be made. But we're not there like you are every day at camp. So far, I'll start off with that one with the quarterback. How has he looked so far with these first few days of training camp?
It's been 4 days. It's been up and down, if I'm being completely honest with you. It hasn't been bad. It's been better than last year. It just hasn't been spectacular, right? So if you were expecting Jalen Hurts to come back this summer and look like a totally different quarterback, that hasn't necessarily been the case. Each practice has kind of brought on some different things. There were 3 interceptions in the first 3 practices, one of which you really don't want to see. The other 2 you can probably explain away. Yesterday's practice, it was more the short game. He's more efficient. I would say overall he's been better than last summer. He's been more efficient. The ball's going where it's supposed to go. And that's really going to be the key with Jalen Hurts, right? When you see A.J. Brown out there and you see Devontae Smith out there, the key is going to be he needs to be the point guard. He needs to get those guys the ball. And there was a play in yesterday's practice when he hits A.J. Brown across the middle on a slant. A.J. Brown has a head of steam and an open field in front of him. That's what you need to see from Jalen Hurts, maybe more so than the spectacular downfield pass.
Zach, A.J. Brown is a guy that should change a lot. It should make Devontae Smith's life easier. It should make Dallas Goedert's life easier. It should especially make Jalen Hurts' life a little bit easier. Is he looking the part, the real deal? Is hype too high here in town, or are we on the right track here early in camp?
I don't think hype's too high. I think the expectations are in line with the player, right? He should be an elite wide receiver. That's why they're paying him $100 million over the lifetime of the contract. That's why they traded a first-round pick. He's looked good. Right now, again, the sample size has been limited, and so much of what A.J. Brown brings in terms of the physicality, in terms of the run after the catch, you're not necessarily seeing that in what's essentially been passing drills. But I don't think you can go to practice and be concerned with A.J. Brown. I like what I've seen from him. Physically, it's there, right? Like, all that you hear, all that you see on tape, when you see him up close, he is a presence. And, he will make the passing game better. I feel comfortable saying that definitively because just having him on the field changes the geometry for everybody else.
Zach, last year they started out with a very pass-happy offense. They transitioned after the Raiders game to a more run-heavy offense. I know it's early in camp, but what do you think they're going to be more of, a run game or a passing offense?
So there's nothing in camp that will tell me one way or the other, but my expectation is they'll be more of a passing offense than you saw last year, right? I mean, just knowing the way the front office thinks, knowing if you just look at where they've invested the money, the fact that they've gone after A.J. Brown, the fact that they spent 3 first-round picks in a row on a wide receiver when you include A.J. Brown, the fact that they made Dallas Goedert one of the top-paid tight ends in the NFL, the expectation is that they can pass the ball and they can pass the ball effectively. Now, that said, when you have Jalen Hurts at quarterback and you have the offensive line that they do, it would behoove you to run the ball because they are going to be an effective running team. I don't think it's going to look like it was during the backstretch of the schedule, but it's not going to be a pass-happy offense either. I think it's really going to be a game plan dependent offense or a matchup dependent offense. If there are weeks when they need to pass the ball, they're going to pass it. If there are weeks when they need to run it, they're going to run it.
Zach Berman of The Athletic joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline, the John Kincade Show. And Zach, I'll stay right there in the backfield and Miles Sanders. He's been one that's been a guy that has been talked about a lot, not only on this show, but so many others, just because of, I guess, the inconsistency or the fact that he's going into this season without a contract extension, knowing that he is one of the good young backs in the NFL, but does not have that security. And we don't know what it's going to be and the up and down nature of his career so far. So as you've been around him and covered him and watched every snap that he has had with this football team, how much pressure is on him to solidify himself with that backfield? And does he look at it as also something that's hovering over him because he does not have that contract?
Well, he said in the spring that the contract is not hovering over him. It's a reality in the NFL, though, right? Players know when they're in a contract year, and you guys know as well as I do that position it's different, right? I mean, not all running backs get paid, and if you just look at the free agent market this past offseason, it was hard for running backs to get those major deals. So I would understand if it's something that is on his mind. Now he says it's not. He says. He wants the respect that he feels he deserves, right, to his name this year. He's looked good this summer, and he looks explosive. He looks healthy, and he's going to be their top running back. Now, I can't tell you that's going to turn into a contract. Frankly, I don't know if the Eagles are ready to pay big money at that position. So I think that with the Miles Sanders discussion, it's best to focus on how he's going to fit the Eagles in 2022 because I don't know what 2023 holds there, and there are so many dynamics at play, including what that price would be.
Yeah, there's so many good running backs in the league. They're almost a dime a dozen at this point, Zach. Let's get to the other side of the ball in the defense. Jonathan Gannon had a lot of talent added to his team, and one of the things that jumps out on paper to me with some of these guys, the Hassan Reddicks, the Kazir White, the Milton Williams, Javon Hargrave. A lot of these guys are very versatile. Some can probably go 4-3, some can go 3-4. How much versatility do you expect from this Eagles defense, and what do you think their base is And does base mean 50+% of the time? What are we looking at here this year? And what's up Jonathan Gannon's sleeves?
Yeah, so that's by design, right? I mean, really what Gannon wants is a multiple defense. He wants players who can play different techniques, who can play different fronts. You're going to see more odd fronts than you saw last year. You're going to see you're still going to see even fronts in there. I don't think you can label them 3-4-4-3. I think they're going to be, they're going to be multiple, and they're going to be 5-2 at times, for instance, right? When you have someone like Reddick, who's technically a linebacker, but he's a pass rusher, right? And then so they could have 4 down linemen on the field, and then Reddick as the 5th pass rusher. So the point being there, this is the type of defense Jonathan Gannon wanted last year, but I don't quite know if they had the personnel to play it. That he wants them. I said how the offense is going to be matchup dependent, right? If this team plays Indianapolis one week and they play Green Bay the next week, they might look entirely different based on the quarterback they're facing, the offensive line they're facing, the offensive coordinator they're facing. So I think year 2 of Jonathan Gannon's scheme is going to look different than year 1 because of the personnel changes.
Now, Zach, just as a follow-up to that, do you think it's something that, like, let's say another team's on a pretty long drive, do you think they're going to be going in and out of it in said drive, or do you think it's something are they going to be changing defenses on the fly here? Is this going to be something we haven't really seen in Philadelphia before?
Yes, I mean, I do think they're going to be dynamic based on down and distance, right? So, and I don't know if that's abnormal around the league when you consider a 3-4 team. Typically when they're in say nickel on 3rd down, right? They could have 4 down linemen there, or they're not having 4 true linebackers on the field, let's say. So, but I do think they're going to be more dynamic based on down and distance. Okay. I think that's what Gannon wants.
Cool.
Zach, looking at some of the rookies, I think we've all been, slopping up the Jordan Davis tweets. They've been spicy. But the rest of the rookie class, what have you seen? What have you liked? What have you maybe not liked so much? Anyone surprising you? I know it's early, but that's kind of the
Jurgens.
Yeah, it's what have you seen so far?
Yeah, Cam Jurgens, he stood out yesterday. I mean, he's someone who I know he's not a day one starter because Jason Kelce's here. But if Jason Kelce wasn't here, I think he'd be capable of playing early, right? I mean, you see what they liked in him in the draft. You see why they took him in the 2nd round. Nakobe Dean, he hasn't been with the first team this summer. It's been more down the depth chart, and he's coming along. Linebackers are harder to evaluate during these practices, obviously, because you're not tackling. You don't quite know what the assignments are. Before the injury, Grant Calcaterra, the 6th round pick, he jumped out to me, right? I mean, he's a pass-catching tight end. So it's a little different than, say, Jack Stoll last year was more of a blocking tight end. And early in camp, when it's essentially a passing camp, your pass-catching tight end should jump out. But Grant Calcaterra is someone who, when he's healthy, he has a hamstring injury now, is going to miss some time. But when he's healthy, you can see him carving a role as that number 2 pass-catching tight end.
Zach, no doubt one of the things they have to improve most is their pass rush. 2-part question. How does Brandon Graham look returning from his injury? And the second part, how's Hassan Reddick looking in his new colors?
Yeah, Brandon Graham, you wouldn't know there was an injury, right? I mean, he looks like the Brandon Graham that, was in training camp last year before the torn Achilles. As far as how he's looking, he's moving around the formation, looks quick. But I can't tell you, like, Brandon Graham's had these splash plays in camp. That hasn't necessarily been the case. As for Hassan Reddick, I've been fascinated because early on in camp, you saw him dropping, frankly, more than I expected. And I understand that part of his responsibility is going to be to drop in the coverage, but that really needs to be the exception, right? That needs to be, if it's in line with what you saw in Carolina last year, where it's a few snaps per game, that's fine, right? But if it's the type of thing where that's creeping a little higher, that would be concerning because Hassan Reddick, they paid him $15 million a year to get to the quarterback. And my expectation is that's the way they're going to use him. And what jumps out to me when I watch practice is just how he can move around, right? There's some days when he's rushing on the offensive right side. There's some days when he's rushing on the offensive left side. He can change in between, plays, and so they can really move Reddick around as a weapon.
Zach Berman covers the Philadelphia Eagles for The Athletic. And don't forget, the underdogs, the story, the Philadelphia Eagles' emotional road to Super Bowl victory. You can also get that book. We can never get enough.
It's a must-have.
Of reading about the Super Bowl. Hopefully they can get back there and Zach
still
can write
puts
another
a smile on my face.
When I'm feeling blue, I open up Zach's book and it makes me smile.
There you go. See? There you go. Love it, Zach. Zach, as always, man, great talking to you. We appreciate your time this morning, and we'll catch up with you down the line. Thanks, man.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
See you,
Zach
buddy.
Berman again joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Comcast Business every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business keep you ready for what's next.
Good stuff in there.
We crushed that interview. I mean, we absolutely crushed
I think people are saying it's the greatest interview ever.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
That
Coach.
was,
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of the questions, the pacing, everything, we dominated that, guys.
They're going to have to invent something better than a Marconi to send us for that.
Yeah, I really think they're going to.
They're going to send us. They're going to send us a Kincade. That's what they're going to call it.
I think there was a nipple rub in there.
Oh yeah. It was spicy.
That was Pat's point of view. There you go. We got on the other side, we need to get into a linchpin, a little baseball version of Nick Castellanos and what's going on with that man for the month. We'll talk about that next right here at the John Kincade Show.
The John Kincade Show.
Oh, geez, look at the butt on that. Yeah, he must work out.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hi, it's Cuz. Is your summer weight loss plan not working out as well as you hope? Look, hope is not a strategy. This is what you got to do. Contact njdiet.com today. They will contractually guarantee you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Just go to njdiet.com. Their program starts with bioenergetically personalized supplements that are based on your saliva, your hair, and your blood work. And then NJ Diet uses DNA testing to create your ideal diet plan and workout regimen to help you keep the weight off. You're not sure you can do it alone? NJ Diet's with you every step of the way. You're fully monitored by their certified staff to make sure you're burning fat, not just losing water. You'll also get the doctor's personal email and phone number. NJ Diet is committed to you keeping the weight off. It's all natural, no shots, no hormones, no surgery, no prepackaged foods. Locations close by: Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, Cherry Hill. Worldwide live online video consultations. Call them. 855-5NJ-DIET. Or go to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com and lose the weight for good.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. With gas prices at all-time highs, now's the time to donate.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With your donation, you'll receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher. So donate today at carsforkids.org.
They say to never mess with the classics, but Panera did just that and more with our new Chef's Chicken Sandwiches. By using pan-seared chicken, our secret garlic aioli recipe, Parmesan crisps, and pickle chips, all on a buttery brioche roll. Because if no one messed with the classics, you'd never have a chicken sandwich this good. New Chef's Chicken Sandwiches from Panera. Only $1 delivery fee when you order on our app. Restrictions apply. For details, visit PaneraBread.com/delivery info.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the Summer Fun Sale, July 29th through August 8th, and get 35% off paints and stains with prices starting at $27.29. That means 35% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, 35% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your local Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples one-subject notebooks are just 35 cents each. Plus, select backpacks are 50% off. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. In-store only backpack offer ends 8/6. Notebook offer ends 8/27. Limit 30.
Okay, open wide. Good to see you've been flossing. What's on your chest? Oh, that's just my lentil soup. We were supposed to be here an hour ago. I'll say it's unprofessional. We should have ordered through EasyCater. Food shows up on time as ordered. Yeah, it really burns me up, too. Oh, the soup. Oh, hold my crackers. I'll go get the lead apron.
Some food just doesn't work at work, but EasyCater just does. Food for work on time and as ordered from over 85,000 restaurants. Order 24/7 at easycater.com.
This summer, the General Building Contractors Association is reminding the construction industry and all workers to stay safe while working in the heat.
Look out for signs of heat-related illness, like dizziness, fatigue, slurred speech, heavy sweating, and nausea. If you see a coworker showing symptoms, quickly cool them off, and when in doubt, call 911.
Learn more about working safely in the heat by downloading Toolbox Talks at gbca.com. We're GBCA, and we're building safer together.
Businesses of all types and sizes are saving money with Pico because Pico's got the financial incentives and technical expertise to help you reduce your energy use and to save cash. See how Pico's helping businesses like yours take greater control of their energy costs to improve their bottom line. Simply complete a customer survey on Pico's digital portal and an energy profile. The report will be generated for you, and this profile is going to provide specific recommendation based on your facilities, equipment, and energy use with great ways to save while either maintaining or increasing productivity.
Did you know that shapes have sounds? This is the sound of a square because it's Wendy's fresh, never frozen beef served up on those hot and juicy hamburgers. And this is the sound of a circle. Not the Arctic Circle, but a circle of frozen beef that's flash frozen somewhere else. And this is the sound of a triangle. Anyway, when you want hot and juicy hamburgers, go for the square at Wendy's. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and juicy hamburgers.
Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Can we wrap this up? I need to get home in time for General Hospital.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Thanks, Zach Berman, joining the show, the John Kincade Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. Devon Givens, Jamie Lynch, Pat Egan, Connor Thomas, in for John Kincade and Bob Cooney. Coach Camille hanging out with us as well. Did you see that CEO of the Los Angeles Lakers? You know who that is, right?
Is it Jeannie?
Jeannie.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Jeannie.
What up, girl?
Hello, Twitter family, 8 hours ago. I have 3 PS5s for sale for you guys.
For sale?
DM me to purchase. All
to
proceeds
purchase
will go directly towards charity,
Okay. All right, never mind.
and everyone that purchases one will have the chance to attend a Lakers game.
Okay, never mind.
How are we still at a point where PS5s aren't accessible to everybody?
There's a PS5 shortage, Jamie.
Supply chain issue.
I'm so sick of supply chain issues.
Yes.
But like
There was one left 6 hours ago.
Wasn't it last Christmas it came out?
2. I
don't know.
I thought it was 2.
But all I
was
kept
just-
hearing, we were talking about this a little bit about a week ago, and Tyler was telling me that there's still, he and Dylan were talking about waiting lists.
What?
Still trying to get them.
In my day, when the
just go right to the
PlayStation
store.
came out, you went to the store and you got it.
Not anymore.
It wasn't that
No,
difficult.
you don't get me started because I did this with the sneakers last week and then 3 weeks ago, and I might do it at 9 o'clock this morning.
Still waiting for my sneakers
I
to
know
show
you
up.
are.
Shout out to the U.S. Postal Service.
There
who
you go.
The sneakers were in Philadelphia, according to the tracking. And then
Rerouted.
somehow went down to Georgia, and I haven't gotten an update in 3 days. So,
you can kiss those sneakers goodbye.
yeah, they're probably gone.
But go ahead, PS5. What were you saying?
Well, the PS4, the PS4 was, from my recollection, the first one that they really had issues with. Like, they kind of limited it. Actually, the Wii was the real one where it was like, hey, a store has 12 of them. And they really created that demand for it. PS4 were issues for sure.
It's absurd.
But after the holiday, it really didn't become as much of an issue. I mean, this is ridiculous. That's like a year and a half,
Exactly.
2 years later. Yeah, it's kind of insane.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So when she does something like this, of course, this is a big deal. She's not giving it away. She's telling you still have to buy it from her.
At least it's going to charity.
If it's going to charity, I understand it. But
in order for this to be a big deal, it's because you cannot get it in the store.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You still cannot get it in the store.
By the way, they started a casting call for Winning Time Season 2 yesterday.
I saw Jeff Perlman put that out yesterday. Yeah, how about that?
That's good stuff.
Yeah, I finally caught up after I was.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
It's great.
Jerry West should audition for a role.
He should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he was angry a couple of weeks ago.
Dude, he was angry over nothing.
With JJ?
Like,
that was kind of funny.
It was kind of funny, but it was like, all right, bud.
Yeah.
He seemed JJ probably would cook.
His reaction to the show kind of portrays what the show was showing.
That's what I was saying.
Jerry West complaining about his portrayal confirms his portrayal.
Yeah.
It's like, they made me so angry. I'm never angry. I'm not angry.
Meanwhile, Paul Westhead looks like the biggest biatch, and
they made him look
he didn't bat an eye.
Look like a buffoon.
No, he just like Shakespeare. What, guys can't like Shakespeare?
No,
come
dude,
on.
he looked worse than that. Like, you can like Shakespeare. He looked like a guy that
He really did.
he looked bad.
Yeah.
He was portrayed bad, but
Well, somebody that's been bad all season, not living up to their contract. We need to talk about it next in the linchpin.
This is the linchpin.
All right, we said in the beginning of the year when Kyle Schwarber got off to his cold start, we said, don't worry, June is coming. June Schwarber is coming. And sure enough, June Schwarber came and dominated baseball, and it carried into July.
Yes.
Nick Castellanos, historically, and this is courtesy of John Foley on Twitter, pointed this out yesterday. I was unaware that August is his best month. It is now August 2nd. The first game in August is happening. Nick Castellanos should start hitting bombs. I hope.
Bombs? Where's he at now? 8 or 9? Not in double digits yet.
No, he's not. I think he's at 8, I want to say off the top of my head.
Okay.
But historically, it is his second best average month. It's his best power month by a decent amount.
He's at 8.
He's at 8. Okay. So historically, he has 41 home runs in the month of August. His next closest month is September, October with 31. His most RBIs come in August and September. His on base is the highest in actually June, but August is his second best. His slugging percentage, the best in August. His OPS, the best in August. If Nick Castellanos can stay true to his baseball card and heat up here in August and September, you can scratch a lot of what I was saying about the trade deadline because they need him in a huge, huge way.
We're still holding out hope.
Does anybody have the faith in Nick Castellanos that we had in June Schwarber's coming? Don't worry.
I do. Yeah, I think he's coming out of it. I thought he looked better against the Pirates. Granted, it's the Pirates.
He's leading the team in hits.
Yeah.
And if this is the worst he is, I mean, he's hitting what, like 255 or something like that?
Yeah, he just kind of flails with some bad pitches here and there.
Well, he's now second because Alec Bohm is so hot.
Okay, yeah,
he
caught
is
him.
106 and
he's not.
is 102.
He doesn't have the doubles he historically has. He doesn't have the home run he historically has. He's getting a lot of flailing, blooping singles and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not completely atrocious.
I think
that's fair.
Yeah, it's probably. I think eventually it'll all equal itself out. Like, I don't think he's going to be this bad. I don't think Schwarber is going to be this Babe Ruth type figure.
No,
I think it'll all kind of even itself out eventually.
Schwarber, I just
they're
saw
running out of time, but
a stat last night. He's fourth at this point in the season. I think he's fourth all time in Phillies history in home runs.
It's like Howard
Schmidt. And
I thought he was the third.
He might be third, actually. Yeah, which is pretty impressive.
Kind of insane.
But if Castellanos can find a little bit of power this month and can tide you over until Bryce is back, I mean, this team might be better than we think. I've said pretty much every day, this team puts my brain in a pretzel because I don't understand how they're doing it.
Makes no sense.
It really doesn't.
It's like the bumblebee. Makes no sense how it flies.
That really broke your brain, the bumblebee.
You're stuck on the whole bee thing.
It does. Well, it's amazing. I mean, physically, it shouldn't be able to do what it does, and yet it does.
Cruise ships, they make no sense to me. Connor,
displacement.
Yeah, I get it, but I don't.
I just know that one word. I don't know what it means.
Do you have faith in Castellanos coming around to the back of his baseball card here in August and September?
I don't think we'll see the power numbers because there's no excuse why they haven't been there to this point. But I think the average is encouraging. And with the other strengths you have in this lineup, I think it'll be enough. He'll be better in the second half than he was in the first because he can't be worse. Like literally, his numbers over his career. Yeah, it's not possible for him to play below the watermark he set in the first half. I just don't think the home runs are going to be as high as they were last year in Cincinnati. But
even if he hits, let's say 4 or 5, that's half of what he's put up to date. So like that,
absolutely,
that would even look incredible.
Yeah, you'll get that out of him, no problem.
Do we get doubles?
I hope so.
The doubles.
The doubles is the thing I was counting on.
Yeah, me too.
Like the power, I was like, okay,
historically, he's been a doubles machine.
Yeah, you'll get doubles.
And he's basically played, other than the half a season in Chicago, he's basically played in pitchers' ballparks his entire career. So you figured, well, if he's a doubles machine, then those doubles turn into home runs in Citizens Bank Park. At least that's the way I thought.
That's the way my idiot brain worked too.
Really gotten either.
No.
So,
I mean, here's hoping.
It's hard for me to imagine he's this bad the entire season. But as you said, like even him being this bad, it's just him not living up to our expectations.
It's him not
really
having
his
power.
career expectations.
Yeah, and they were fair.
Yeah, they were.
Absolutely. They were absolutely
It wasn't like we were
fair.
sitting here saying 40 home runs for Nick Castellanos.
No, but he should be 25 plus.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he should be.
He should be. And then as you talk about the other extra bases, when we do draft lines and we sit there and we look at the total bases when we give out our player props or the same game parlay, we talk about it.
He should be a guy
He's the one that
every
we look-
game.
Exactly.
You could do 2+ and feel kind of good about it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, Captain, Phillies rumors in there. You want another one?
Oh, we got some slop?
Oh, we got the same one?
Give the piggy
They're
some
feeding
slop.
you. Okay, so this is per Jason Stark.
There you go. I was going there
I've
next.
heard of
So
him.
you got it.
I've heard of him.
I know that, man.
I know how bad Jamie wants
Give me
these.
the slop.
He's asking for him. They scouted Marco Gonzalez of the Mariners in his start in New York last night. Not a lot of traction there, but a clear sign that the Phillies are trying something different as far as ideas to go with starting pitching. Noah Syndergaard still believed to be top of their shopping list.
Yeah, the Syndergaard thing's got a lot of legs to it.
Seems to.
Pat said earlier that Toronto swooped in late and some perceived to be the favorite. John Heyman, a couple others last night kept tying Syndergaard to the Phils.
I'm just saying they're not out of it.
Yeah, look, we've talked about it. It's a low bar. You can improve this team in a lot of ways.
He's going to cost you less just because he's an expiring contract.
Yeah.
Team control guys probably cost you more.
I understand
why cost you more.
Why Dave wants that control, because it kind of makes the offseason a little bit easier if you're giving up something. I don't care about that as a fan right now.
Mm-hmm.
I need help now. And if it costs you less to get an expiring contract, I don't see the harm in that.
I think the way that Dave Dombrowski's looking at it is Griff McGarry is probably 2 years away from really contributing. If he gets a guy under team control, then that means next year McGarry can go to start the season off in AA again and hopefully get to AAA. Whereas that year, next in 2 years, when that team control guy is off the books, then you can slot McGarry into the fifth starter role. I don't think he wants to rush him. So I think that's probably the way he's looking at it. But as we talked about, I mean, eventually you just got to get something. You can't really care about team control versus expiring contract. Like, you don't have this plethora of prospects that are going to get you some of the top guys. You're going to be outbid, especially if you're taking 5 of them off the board the way that they have. So, if you want an expiring contract, it's going to be cheaper. You got to go with that and deal with the fifth starter spot some other way.
If the Mariners are moving this guy, it does give me a red flag. Like they're the team
They're going for it.
They're the team going for it right now. They're playing.
Yeah,
hot, they've been
you know what I
hot.
mean. Like,
why are they giving up?
They got the drought as long as the Phillies do, type of thing. If they're selling, I mean, maybe there's more to it, but just
fishy. Pause there, huh?
Something on the surface doesn't feel right.
They
about
go and
that.
get Luis Castillo, and then they have a guy that doesn't fit in anymore.
guess.
So if he's less than what the Mariners have,
So he's not good enough to be in their top 5.
But he could still be better than you doing a spot start every 5 days with Bailey Fulton.
I guess
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong, and it would be
But-
cheaper.
A pitcher going from an absolute definition of a pitcher's ballpark to Citizens Bank Park, I mean, bump up a half a run in your ERA probably. In a bandbox. I mean, Safeco is ginormous.
Yes.
His ERA is almost 4. It's 3.95. So,
yeah, he's probably an over 4 guy here.
yeah. I mean, and look, that's probably what they're looking at anyway. Like, this is why I keep saying I don't really think that the fan base is going to be absolutely wowed with whatever Dave Dombrowski does. I think that whoever they trade for, you're probably going to go,
Yeah, okay, it helps.
okay,
I guess.
yeah, that's not bad.
It's not going to excite
But I
me.
don't, and that's kind of, I was excited about last year's deadline move, but a lot of the fan base was grossed out by it. So I think that,
and it has worked out.
I think it's going to be a similar situation this year with whatever he does. The reality is, no one's watching Seattle Mariners baseball in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Now, there's that one Seattle Mariners fan that's listening right now.
Anthony Gargano might.
But, okay.
There might be one.
9% of the fan base. 99% of the fan base, when Connor just said what he said, went, who the hell's Marco Gonzalez?
You're not wrong.
Now, for a while, he was the Mariners' ace, but that was when the Mariners were trash. So take that with a grain of salt.
There you go.
You know, I mean, he's not moving the needle.
A little slop got thrown in the trough.
A little bit. A little bit. Still time. 6 p.m. trade deadline tonight. See what happens. Real estate developer Spring Garden Lending specializes in bridge and permanent loans to acquire, rehab, construct, and refinance investment properties. Spring Garden Lending, faster than a bank, less expensive than hard money lenders. Guys, got to ask you this. Don't forget, Tim McManus, 4 o'clock with the afternoon show, hanging out with the best show ever. Excluding Tom Brady and LeBron James, as we talk about them and we look at what they've done over the course of their career, still doing it at the ages that they're doing it in the early 40s for Tom Brady, late 30s for LeBron James. We know right now that they're arguably top 2, at least, of all time in their respective sports, of how we talk about them. Brady, the best of all time. LeBron James arguing with not only with Michael Jordan, but Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, so on and so forth, Kobe Bryant. Made me think, who are the 5 best players in the 4 majors today, excluding those 2, where we look at, if we could all put together 5 and say the best that could it potentially be up there in those conversations with those guys, but at least right now, the best in the 4 majors today.
I mean, if you're excluding Brady, because it's still hard for me to not have him.
Yes, we got to take him out.
All right, then I would probably go. It's between Mahomes and Rodgers. It's a tough one.
I would still probably lean Rodgers.
If I was a GM drafting for this year alone, I probably would too. But Mahomes is damn close.
Yes, he is.
I'd have to say A-Rod, because he's won back-to-back MVPs. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty remarkable. I would say him in football. Basketball, if you remove LeBron, my answer is easy. I think it's Steph Curry. I would
go the other way.
I would take him over Durant if I was drafting a team.
Out of respect, and I would typically go Durant. I would go Giannis.
Okay. I would still go Steph. I just think that dude is insane. The thought of having to cover him and deal with him on a nightly basis would be a nightmare for me if I was the opposition. Not that Giannis isn't, but, it's just personal preference. I would go Steph. Hockey, I guess you got to go McDavid. And what am I missing here? Baseball, that's a tough one.
It's not a tough one.
I mean, in the past, it's been Trout. Ohtani's
his teammate.
Ohtani's ridiculous, and he does it from 2 different aspects of the game.
Yeah, there's your answer.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you got to give it to Ohtani.
So far, we got Rodgers, McDavid, Ohtani, with the question of Curry, Giannis.
The NBA one's probably the hardest one to answer.
Pat?
Yeah. I mean, I think the NFL one's really tough. I'd probably go Rodgers based on the fact that he continues to win and thrive, and they never seem to put anything into that receiving core
outside of Adams, and now
I mean even Adams was a 2nd-round pick. Like they haven't drafted a wide receiver in the 1st round since I don't know how long, but he'll
turn somebody into an all-pro.
Exactly, yeah, kind of like Brady in New England at least.
Sorry.
So I'll go Rodgers there.
McDavid
for McDavid's unquestionable. Yeah. I mean, if you really want, you could probably go. If you want to go outside the box, Shesterkin in New York, the goalie, is the best goalie in the league, and he's insane. But if you're looking for a pure skater,
we're looking for the sex appeal.
It's either McDavid. It's either McDavid or Makar. Because to have a defenseman be that good defensively and offensively is so rare. But McDavid is a different animal.
And basketball, who do you have?
Basketball, I think, is the toughest one. I think you're going to get, if you ask 5 people, I think you're going to get like 5 different answers.
I mean, Embiid comes to mind, but his injury history can't be ignored. So I'll go with KD. Not like he hasn't dealt with injuries, but you're right. Like I'm not gonna argue with anybody's answer really.
So look, we got
you going
Curry,
Steph.
Durant and Giannis.
Like you going Steph and you going Giannis, I can't argue with it.
Right.
It's, as you said, James, it's personal preference. And then baseball, it's Ohtani. It's not even close.
Yeah, I'm going Steph in basketball just because reigning champ. Got to give him the respect for the most recent championship.
We got to go Curry then.
Yeah, so I'm going Curry there. Baseball, Ohtani. Pat's absolutely right. It's got to be him. He's dominant on the mound and batting. We didn't know that was possible anymore in today's game. So it's him. Connor McDavid's a lock for the NHL. And then football. Any consideration for Aaron Donald? I know he doesn't play quarterback, but on that side of the ball, arguably the most dominant player of the era?
No, not for me.
I thought about him.
He crossed my mind.
I thought about him, and I thought
He's
about
not ignored.
I thought about him and Derrick Henry.
It's tough because the quarterback's so much more important than any other position. But, I mean, if you got to go somewhere else, if you got to
All
be
right,
a
so
little
if we
bit
go with Rodgers, McDavid, Ohtani, and Curry, and we do that, and if we had that round out of fifth, what sport do we go to that's the consensus for that?
Oh, NBA, easy.
Yeah?
Got to be, because we have so many guys that
we're choosing from?
Yeah.
Yeah, because then you're putting Giannis or Durant, and that probably
solves our problem right there.
More popular than any of the other sports.
Well, when you mention Mahomes, he can't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good with that too. If you want to put him in there, I mean, quarterback's the most important position in sports, so it gets weighted a little heavier to me. So I'd be fine with Mahomes there.
I'm interested to see how Mahomes does this season. I don't think he's going to be bad.
I don't either. I think.
Don't get me wrong. I don't think he's going to be bad, but they lost a lot, man.
Tyreek was special, yeah.
It wasn't just Tyreek. They lost some pieces on the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't Patrick Mahomes like we were used to last season. You know, he's still really good, but he just wasn't that, oh my God, this guy's next level. I wonder how good he will be this year. And I think this year's going to be telling. You know, can he turn kind of some castaways and some slop into, I mean, just a dominant offense? And that's kind of what Andy did in Philly for years.
I was about to say, it's also the coach.
Yeah, it's like, well, we can get away with having James Thrash and Todd
stuff.
Pinkston, and we'll have a dominant tight end, and that'll be enough. And their running game's decent. I mean, but it's just they've lost a decent bit on that offensive side. So I wonder how he's going to be this year.
I think he's going to be fine. I think he's going to bounce back after that tough loss that they had in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And come back and just continue to be Pat Mahomes. You know, his goal too is probably going to be to show that as much as Tyreek Hill was a big part of what
I
they
was
did,
the real magic here.
that I was doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, not taking anything away from Hill, but hey, I was doing this too.
He makes your life a lot easier.
Listen,
He does.
man.
And he still has Kelsey.
If I'm Mahomes, I want to take something away from Tyreek Hill with what he's been saying this offseason about the accuracy of Tua and all that. I mean, it's not exactly good for me relationship-wise if I'm Patrick Mahomes talking about Tyreek Hill and what he's been saying.
Imagine being Tyreek Hill and talking poorly about Pat Mahomes and talking so glowingly about Tua. I know you kind of have
to sell himself.
Yeah, I know you kind of have to because that's your quarterback now. But man, that's a tough sales job right there.
Nah, man. Nah, I'm not. It's something about Tua that's still, for me, I'm like,
This is make or break for me this year.
Yeah, just like
I wouldn't be shocked if he goes one way or the other, and he finally has really, really that receiving course insane.
Tua to
Jalen
me,
Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
I don't know how to describe it, but there's certain guys that kind of lock their shoulder when they throw, and they're almost like body throwers.
I know what you mean.
You know, that's the best way I can describe it is your shoulders kind of locked and you.
Like a Phillip Rivers type weird shot.
You're not throwing your arm, you're throwing with your body.
And look, Phillip Rivers is probably one of the rare ones that you could put in that category that went on to Canton. Something about that type of thrower always turns me off. And Tua's got that. He's got no excuse. He's probably got the best wide receiver room in the NFL this year.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. But something about Tua just doesn't
do it for me.
Yeah, it doesn't do it for me.
Doesn't do it for me. And I just, even back to Alabama, I would look at him and all right, he's a winner. They find ways to do it. Is it the system? Is it him? Is he that good? But for whatever reason, I just cannot seem to, and I just could not seem to get on his side. I can't back him. I can't. Not that I have to.
Well, this year
I like the sport, so I like to watch everybody. And
this year would be super telling.
Oh, come on! I mean, those two guys,
Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
I mean, it's very similar to what we have.
Still there, right? That man is the tight end. So
yeah, it's very similar to what we have in Philly. I mean, Philly has a much better offensive line, but in terms of weapons that the quarterback has to deal with, you're going to know one way or the other whether Tua can play.
Yeah, I mean,
they've given him no excuses.
No excuses. No excuses, none whatsoever. And there's no excuses really for the Eagles if we look at them and we feel good about them. and we need to talk about the optimism that is with the Philadelphia Eagles. We just talked again to Zach Berman. Tim McManus will be a part of the best show ever with his daily training camp report at 4 o'clock. There's a lot of optimism about them. We need to include, or should we include, or should we not include Hurts in this also? We'll get into that next on the other side. It's the 9 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show.
Oh, by the way, Anthony Gargano does watch Seattle Mariners baseball.
Of course he does.
And he says Gonzalez will give up some bombs in Citizens Bank.
Matt Menard, producer here, says he sucks. Gonzalez sucks. So
hey, I didn't scout him. I just read that the Phillies did. Come on, easy, everybody.
Well, we'll get to that, the optimism and hopes of the Philadelphia Eagles on the other side here on the John Kincade Show. Good morning.
The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hi, it's John Kincade. I hope you're listening to the show every single morning. You know, I'm a two-time cancer survivor, so I want to thank all of you who have joined us in supporting life-saving cancer research by donating at aacr.org/fanatic. And to our generous corporate partners, thank you for stepping up and supporting the AACR. It's the official charity of the John Kincade Show.
Davis CPA Group. For personalized caring accountants, bookkeeping, payroll, and tax preparation services, visit daviscpagroup.com. With over 1,500 windows to choose from, Window Nation can outfit any home. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. You can always count on H&H Heating and Air Conditioning for total home comfort and fast, friendly, and local HVAC service. Visit delcohvac.com.
You know, donations to the American Association for Cancer Research from our listeners and corporate partners add up to big breakthroughs that benefit cancer patients worldwide. Join me. Make a life-saving donation today at aacr.org/fanatic.
First Student is looking for school bus drivers in Philadelphia. If you need more than just a driving opportunity, consider a position on the student team. This is an excellent way to make a difference in your community while working at a job you'll truly love. School bus driver positions offer a starting wage of $23 per hour and a sign-on bonus up to $4,000. Apply today at workatfirst.com or call 267-758-0522. That's workatfirst.com or call 267-758-0522.
Don't miss the K9 Fundraiser Car Show on Tuesday, August 26th. Hosted by the Berlin Police Department and the Berlin Farmers Market. It's your chance to meet the Berlin PD's K9s and see some awesome rides at the same time. Want to show off your wheels? Registration is just $20 day of the event. There'll be food trucks, a beer garden, and a special K9 demonstration. All proceeds benefit the Hometown Foundation. Hours, info, directions, and more at berlinfarmersmarket.com.
Just like that, it's goodbye summer and hello back to school season. Luckily, Famous Footwear has the perfect shoes to have your kids feeling their best on day one. Elevate your son's game in a crisp pair of Nike Courts. Or have your daughter steal the spotlight in all pink Doc Martens boots or Converse platform sneakers. All the famous brands to fit whatever your kids are famous for. Shop online and at a local Famous Footwear near you.
Progressive presents Don't Do It Yourself.
Okay, simple enough. Just got to get in there with my screwdriver. Do you mind handing me my screwdriver?
Are you trying to say screwdriver?
Well, I mean, you're saying it weird, but yeah, sure.
Look, maybe we should bundle our home and auto with Progressive. We could save big, then pay someone to install this for us so you don't have to pretend you can.
I know my way around a screwdriver. Oh, yeah. This is going to take a Philippe's head for sure.
Save when bundling home and auto with Progressive and use the money to, not do it yourself. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Are you a skilled and creative carpenter? If so, Valley Grove Construction is looking for you. We keep our carpenters engaged and motivated by doing a variety of work throughout the day. We strive to keep a safe and entertaining work environment, so our carpenters look forward to coming in each day. If you're looking to make top dollar and join a company that will truly value your talent, please apply today. That's valleygroveconstruction.com and click on the Join Our Team link. Apply today. We're waiting. valleygroveconstruction.com. That's valleygroveconstruction.com.
Hellsberg Diamonds presents The Guy Who Got It Right. Tim needed an engagement ring. He did research, listened to hints from his fiance's friends.
She wants a lab-grown, oval cut in white gold with a halo.
And he went to Hellsberg Diamonds. At Hellsberg, Tim found an incredible selection of high-quality, lab-grown, and natural diamonds. He also found the ring she really wanted.
Nailed it. She is gonna freak.
Be like Tim. Find the ring of her dreams at a Hellsberg near you or at hellsberg.com. Ask now about special financing offers.
today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. With gas prices at all-time highs, now's the time to donate.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
With your donation, you'll receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher, so donate today.
It's a fact. Only 0.0001% of people will ever step up to the plate as a pro baseball player. For the rest of us, there's BetRivers.com Sportsbook app. Featuring same-game parlays, you can combine the excitement of different bets, all from the same game. Totals? Bet 'em. Spreads? Bet 'em. Player props? It's a home run. Download the BetRivers.com Sportsbook app today. It's a whole new game.
Presented by Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you know that shapes have sounds? This is the sound of a square. Because it's Wendy's fresh, never frozen beef served up on those hot and juicy hamburgers. And this is the sound of a circle. Not the Arctic Circle, but a circle of frozen beef that's flash frozen somewhere else. And this is the sound of a triangle. Anyway, when you want hot and juicy hamburgers, go for the square at Wendy's. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and juicy hamburgers.
Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station. Home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia. The John Kincade Show.
Oh, I don't think I'm a lot dumber than you thought that I thought I was once.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Are you happy that the Philadelphia Phillies have
get this stuff
still not done anything yet?
Stop this crap.
Don't worry.
Don't
you
worry,
don't have to be happy, but you don't have to worry yet.
Song's
We're good.
Sucks.
Whoa.
The song's terrible.
Whoa.
Oh yeah.
John Kincade Show.
You like this song?
It's a popular song.
I don't care if it's popular.
It's very
There's a lot of
very
popular
easy
songs that suck.
on the ears.
That's a hard song to be angry at.
This is horrible.
Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy.
Don't worry. My problem with the song is we have this trend of like we don't even have the lyrics in the songs. It's just the stupid whistle. So you don't even like actually hear the song. You just hear the background noise of the song. I hate that.
And the hook. The Don't Worry, Be Happy.
You don't hear the Don't Worry, Be Happy hook in the song?
Well, very rarely do we have words
I don't know why.
on our bumps when we come back from
We
break.
should, is my point.
Well, we used to do it.
Yeah.
we used to.
Every once in a while when the bosses are out, I still do it. I'm going to be honest with you. But
yeah.
I think there's a fear of, oh, my God, if they hear lyrics, they're going to run over to Spotify.
Don't worry,
can't
be
do
happy.
that. But
Come on.
No, I that song can pound sand. Wow. We can just delete that in the
What
song.
about Pharrell's?
Absolutely not. That song's horrible.
Wow.
Oh, man.
That song was ruined to me from, it might have been Minions or Despicable Me. One of those movies had that song and you just heard it constantly that summer. Like, you could not avoid it, and it's ruined for me.
Wow.
Respect the musician, but no, man, that song's bad.
Jay, what about you? Don't worry, be happy.
I'm not gonna. It's all right.
I'm not saying put it in the Hall of Fame. I'm just saying.
Seems like you are.
Awful song.
I mean, it usually puts a little smile on your face and gets the toes tapping.
That's right.
It does not get my toes tapped.
Birds,
Easy.
birds
Speak about
chirping
your own
out
toes.
there. Come on.
And Pharrell got killed that year. Like that song got beaten into your brain. So I get it, but I still I don't mind that song.
Because I'm happy.
Put you in a good mood.
Let's put you in a good mood.
My daughters like it.
Yeah.
Makes them happy.
Does put you in a good mood. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by the Baxter Dumpster in the Bag. I know Pat wants to put this song in the dumpster. Get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. For details, go to Baxter.com.
Speaking of great songs.
Yes.
I mean, award-winning songs.
Please.
I got a text from our friend of the show, John DeCarlo.
Hey, John.
Over on Owl Scoop, the premier Temple website.
What's up, John?
Follow.
It's your homepage.
Yes. And he said the Cars for Kids band has added a few new guitar kicks. I'm sorry, guitar licks to their song. So they've rebranded a little bit.
Okay.
So people are noticing Cars for Kids. People are noticing that he changed up the song for a little bit for the better. Got a little more edgy.
A little more.
Cars for Kids.
All right. A little more car. That's
the catchiest jingle in the history of the world.
Whoever made that jingle
ever.
Dude, whoever made that jingle did not get paid enough.
No, I'm convinced it's not of this earth. We had this conversation.
Our boss was talking about it yesterday. Like,
yes, he did.
You hear a smidgen of that song, and all of a sudden it's stuck in your head for the rest of the day.
I find myself singing it randomly. Just like it'll pop into my head out of nowhere.
Yeah, there's some witchcraft there.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're talking about buying cars for kids.
Yeah, KARS, cars for kids.
There you go.
The car is spelled with a K is the important part.
They were definitely targeting you.
Yeah. It
Yes.
wouldn't flow as good if it was CARS. It's that KARS.
KARS?
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, a lot of positivity going on around the Philadelphia Eagles, a lot of optimism. And, again, just looking at what's going on with them, what has to happen for this team to reach those optimistic levels that we do currently have for this baseball team? Do we take Jalen Hurts out of that and just allow him to be by himself like quarterbacks typically are? Do we allow that to just be what it is and look at everywhere else? So should we not include Hurts, or should we include Hurts when we talk about the optimism?
I would not include him.
Well, yeah, if he's included, I think all four of our answers are probably the same, which is he kind of dictates how this season goes. If you don't include him, I'm looking right at the defense. They just got to be a whole lot better. They have to create a pass rush that is sustainable. It was bad last year, and teams knew if they got the ball out early on them, they could pick up, that soft underbelly of the defense, as they always say. Teams knew, look, just get rid of the ball quick. They're middle of the field, and the quick hitters will be there. Just keep carving them up until they stop you. And versus good quarterbacks, they couldn't. So I think a pass rush is the foundation of fixing everything. And Hassan Reddick was brought here to be that double-digit sack guy. Brandon Graham's coming back. Josh Sweat's now in the more full-time starter role as opposed to behind Derek Barnett. So there's hope and optimism. Maybe a Kazir White is rushing the quarterback a little bit more on blitzing downs. Maybe Maddox is. Whatever it is, Jonathan Gannon, the defense, needs to improve in a pretty big way for the Eagles to, win that playoff game and advance past where they did last year.
Yeah, for me, it's the optimism is with the linebacking core. Talked about it a little bit earlier. It's the best linebacking core on paper, at least, that I can remember in a long, long time. Where, Nakobe Dean, a lot of people highlight him because he fell in the draft for obvious reasons. Talking about people are highlighting him for obvious reasons, not obvious reasons of why he fell in the draft. But a lot of people are excited for him. He might have trouble getting on the field, and it's not because of lack of talent on his part. It's because of the fact that room is a little bit loaded up. So I'm very optimistic at that linebacking core. A little down on the defensive line. It's just because of lack of depth at getting the quarterback. But when you see Jordan Davis and you see the tweets coming out of training camp from the respected beat writers that aren't just tweeting out stats and more tweeting glowing reports about how big and how strong and how agile he is. Maybe getting the quarterback won't be the problem. So hopefully it'll at least free up some of the guys in the defensive end spots. I mean, there's a lot of optimism offensively even. We took Jalen Hurts out of it, but I don't think he's going to be worse. And the offense just got better. Pretty much every position improved. There's not really a position I can think of that they got worse. Maybe safety, but even that, it's the cornerbacks got better. So
yeah, so that should help them out.
Exactly. So just up and down the roster, there's nowhere I can really think of where I go, oh, man, they got worse here.
I don't look at them and say they got worse anywhere.
No.
I'd like to hear the Calcaterra part from Zach because we haven't heard anything about him as a backup tight end. Now he's just a backup tight end, and Dallas Goedert is now going to be the number one guy. He's going to get all the touches.
It feels like 5 years ago Zach Ertz was here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Calcaterra worries me in the sense of he's one good shot away from career being over. Because his career was over.
Yes.
Flat out retired and then came back.
And Tyree Jackson was a guy
that concerns me.
That was kind of this time last year starting to make a name for himself in camp a little bit, turning some heads, converted quarterback, big athletic dude. And he's coming off of the injury. So
he's the Eagles' Mickey Moniak.
Yeah, you don't
flash one time.
Yep.
And then injury happened.
Can you count on him as the backup tight end? I have no idea.
Well, you got a second-round pick as one of your potential backup tight ends when J.J. Ortega-Whiteside this year. So
right.
Yeah,
Forgot about
that'll
him.
fix all the problems there.
Right.
So what does that mean Jalen Reagor will be next season?
Gone.
Yeah. Somewhere else.
They won't create a new position for him?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so.
The Debo Samuel role where he's a running back too? Now?
Well, I wouldn't mind seeing A.J. Brown in a couple of those Debo Samuel type of plays.
Really?
I wouldn't. When that guy gets the ball in his hands, he's just a little ball of muscle. And some of the guys, some of the guys said when he gets the ball in his hands and he actually has field in front of him, they say he looks like a very large running back.
It's a big dude, man.
He is, and that class got paid. That receiving class, I think the top 5 guys all secured the bag, as they say, and AJ's right there at the top of the class with the $100 million deal. So I wouldn't mind seeing him used in a couple Deebo Samuel type of ways.
That would be interesting to see.
Yeah, a new little wrinkle.
I'd like to see him off the team personally.
Yeah,
I think I'm done with him.
Off the team?
Oh, he's talking Reagor.
Oh, Reagor.
Yeah.
I think
done with him. Yeah, I think everybody's kind of there.
Done, cooked. I mean, it blows my mind that there's a possibility that his Eagles career doesn't last as long as J.J. Arcega-Whiteside's. But J.J. Arcega-Whiteside just proved to be a decent blocker. It's not what you look for in a second-round pick at the wide receiver position.
He was the key to the run game, according to Sirianni.
Yeah.
But is the optimism fair for this football team?
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
I think it is too. I agree with you.
But the guy that we excluded from the conversation, I think, is the biggest factor in all of it.
Yeah, he's the key.
He is. I mean, it's been discussed at length. I don't know how many more Jalen Hurts conversations I can even have before I see him, take the field on a Sunday again. But it all comes down to him. I mean, and you can probably say that about all 32 teams in the NFL. I mean, it's a quarterback league. That's just plain and simple what it is. And the teams that are usually left, the divisional round weekend probably have, those 4 to 6 best quarterbacks in the league. Mm-hmm. And that's just what it is. The cream rises to the top when it comes to the quarterback position.
Well, and Connor, you haven't weighed in on this yet. The optimism, is it fair for where we are? Are we going too far with it?
No, I don't see why we wouldn't be where we're at as far as optimism. Like you look at this team, this roster is super talented. You look at the Eagles teams of past years that have had success, and they've been built in this fashion where you build in the trenches. You add some free agents that are on one-year prove-it deals that have proven they have talent other places. You're not relying on too many young players. No, this is just the recipe for a very, very good football team. Now, how good they're going to be depends on the guy that we're not including in the conversation who's playing quarterback, but there's no reason not to be optimistic with this team. And until they give us one in the regular season, I'm not talking about training camp tweets, I'm not talking about preseason games, until they give us a reason in a regular season game not to be optimistic about what they can accomplish, no reason not to be.
I just saw a gross tweet.
Uh-oh.
You don't like that one?
Here we go.
Yeah.
John Heyman. It's not official yet, but the Padres and Nationals are talking about a package of both Juan Soto and Josh Bell, and word is they are being aggressive. The local San Diego guy suggests there is momentum.
Well,
you can just pack up the trade deadline, put that in your back pocket, and wait until next year.
And we mentioned Soto earlier, and it may be happening in the winter instead of now because
they're getting Tatis back,
and they're getting Tatis back.
Tatis and Soto added to the team that you're directly behind.
And Machado.
It's not the worst thing in the world for the Phillies.
Explain.
They play the Nationals more than any other team the rest of the way. 11 games against a team who gets rid of their only 2 players who should be really playing at this level.
Yeah, but it didn't even matter when Soto was there.
It matters a little bit. You don't want to be in a close game and have to face Juan Soto or Josh Bell. Those turns into auto.
I'm just looking forward to the playoffs. I don't care.
Yeah, but you don't have to catch the Padres. If you get 11 games against a team that loses an MVP caliber player and a guy that could go yard anytime, I like the Phillies' odds a lot more than I already did.
Well, a very tough National League gets more top-heavy.
Yeah, and they're 2 games in front. And look, in the wild card. So if you still feel good about the Phillies and their chances and an opportunity to move up and get into that second spot versus that third spot where you're still battling with the Cardinals and whoever else may find some momentum to catch up, this certainly helps the Padres and their chances of improving, going with Juan Soto and Josh Bell. And they're being aggressive, the Padres. But you like that. You like that for
dude. They're gonna give up.
Wow,
a ton.
If this ends up happening,
probably 6 other top 10 prospects.
I kind of treat all of these as like the training camp reports that we were talking about, like massive grain of salt. I'm not going to dive too deep into it because I feel like Juan Soto's been traded 15 times already. So I'm not going to dive too deep, but if they're getting Juan Soto and Josh Bell, they are giving up an astronomical haul.
Yeah.
Clearly they don't care.
No,
they don't, but I'm just interested. Like, this isn't just going to be prospects. This is going to be prospects and starters and young. Like, I can't even fathom what they could possibly give up to get this. Other than, obviously Mackenzie Gore will be in the deal, but
obviously
it's going to be a lot.
A lot.
That's why, like, I can't. It's hard for me to envision that anyone could get a deal done for those two guys. So I'm not gonna get ready to head over to the Ben Franklin Bridge and jump quite yet, because I've seen 59 reports for the past 3 weeks that Juan Soto's close to being dealt, and so is the favorite. Like, it changes every day.
But San Diego's always been the most aggressive in all these reports.
Okay, but they were until the reports said that the Cardinals were the most aggressive and the Cardinals were the best fit.
And then they heard that the Cardinals were aggressive, and they go, wait, give us Josh Bell and we'll give you even more.
Yeah, until the deal's done, I'm done.
Well, I see a team in San Diego that really hasn't, been a stellar franchise, having bigger ones than the Phillies these days. And
I mean, look, and it starts when you go back, you try to go get Machado. And you do land him.
Mm-hmm.
And
you had a Tatis to build around.
Right.
That Tatis trade is one of the all-time worst trades. They traded James Shields for Fernando Tatis Jr.
Oof.
That is so gross.
Yeah.
Thoughts and prayers to the White Sox fan base.
Now look at that. Look at what they're doing there.
Yeah. I mean,
I wanted them to the AL.
Well.
I just wanted them out of the NL.
Soto?
Yeah.
I still think that they wait on it. I don't know, gut feeling. I think they could get more at the winter meetings.
No, I agree with you, but when you hear, as you said, you hear it all the time. Does this not feel a little different? Just a little.
I mean, I think teams are being aggressive.
Yeah, everybody but the Phillies to this point.
And
no,
look,
but I mean, like,
calling.
I think
you're out there
yeah,
calling.
like I even think Dave Dombrowski made a phone call. How do you not on Juan Soto?
I mean, he made phone calls, but what does he got to show for it? Oh, not about Juan Soto. I don't care about that.
I'm talking about Juan Soto.
That's not realistic.
We're talking Soto.
Let's live in reality.
No, we're living in the John Kincade show, Soto Talk. This is Soto Hour. The John Kincade show.
The best show ever with Tyrone Johnson, Hunter Brody, Ricky Bo, and Jen Scordo. That's today at 2 o'clock. Day 2 of the best show ever, so make sure you all tune in to that. We've got to get into something with Jamie, though. Before we do that, we got to let people know that, again, teethkeepers.com. Dental and vision plans for everyone starting at under $8 a month at teethkeepers.com. Go to teethkeepers.com and enroll today. My daughter just had to deal with some stuff with her braces.
Oof.
Yeah, she's going through it.
I hate
going through it.
I hate dental stuff.
Going through it.
I've had
Anybody like it?
Yeah, people. There are people who like going to the dentist.
My wife loves getting her teeth cleaned. Loves it. I think John Kincaid's one of these people.
Yes, he
Okay, well,
there's
there's a prime example of why you don't trust those kind of people.
Yeah, some people love getting their teeth cleaned and going to the dentist. I do not.
Yeah, I hate it.
Yeah.
Yep.
They poke your gums with this really sharp metal instrument.
Yeah,
and
I stabbed you in the mouth with a knife.
Yeah.
Why is your mouth bleeding? It's because you don't floss.
Yeah.
No, it's because you stabbed me in the mouth.
You just took a metal hook to my gums.
You had to go to school to tell me that? I know why my mouth is bleeding.
Well,
me.
I know where you will feel safe. Teethkeepers.com.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Jay, got something perfect for Thursday night football? A little bit?
You color me the old man yelling at the clouds here, but Amazon is, carrying Thursday night football now. They're trying some new stuff out. Into that. Try new graphics if you want, new announcers, younger crew. Maybe I missed the boat on the Dude Perfect revolution. All I know them as is the trick shot guys that probably take 6,000 different trick shots, but then show you the one video that actually worked and make you think they do it, regularly. They're going to be a part of Thursday Night Football now on Amazon.
Are they?
Am I missing something here? What is this? What are they bringing to the table that's going to enhance coverage of the NFL for me?
They're trying to be creative, and in the end, they're probably trying too hard.
Yeah, I think they're going a little too hard here. If I'm missing out on Dude Perfect and they're actually like funny guys and entertaining, okay, I'm wrong. I'll own that. But I saw this report. Yeah, Coach looks like a Dude Perfect guy.
Yeah. No, I'm not. But I have a 10-year-old, and he loves those videos on YouTube.
So this is a move for the kids.
Yeah, not only do they do the trick shots, but they've moved out of doing only the trick shot stuff, And they've moved into. I mean, they're legit YouTubers. They're funny and they do
funny?
like goofy stuff and everything. Yeah, Pat, they are funny.
What's funny about them?
Funny
like,
how?
Like a clown? Like they amuse you? I could just I picturing Coach on a Friday night opening up a bottle of Menage a Trois wine and kicking back. Cam's in bed. He's been in bed for about an hour and a half. And all of a sudden, Coach just fires up the old Roku.
Yeah, no,
Puts
they're
on
good.
a little
They're
Dude
fun.
Perfect video.
So this makes sense to you?
I guess it all depends on what they're actually going to do, but I don't think that it's crazy. I think they'll be pretty entertaining.
Because I saw the headline and I went, what the hell is this?
I don't think it's going to be good at all. I know it, but I agree with Coach in the sense of like it will get the 9-year-old that doesn't quite understand football yet.
Yeah, I guess
it
that's
will
the
get him to
purpose.
pay attention more. But at 9 years old, even though I didn't understand every nuance of the game of football, I wanted to watch it because my dad was a football fan.
Mm-hmm.
So I was already there.
And I guess they're trying this with the Nickelodeon slime broadcast they do every once in a while.
That's good. Like
that is good.
Like I'll just watch that by myself.
Yeah, Mitch
I just think that's
Trubisky
fun.
winning the MVP in a losing playoff game effort is still one of the great moments in NFL history. So, yeah, I'll watch that every time.
Are you a Dude Perfect guy?
No, not remotely.
Yeah, I guess it's for the kids.
I think it's what you said, James, is we all know that they tried this shot 50 million times.
Yeah. But look, I did it on my first try. No, you didn't.
I mean, I think they are open about that. They just don't tell you how many tries it took.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it's well known that it's not like they're hitting it their first try, but
All right, because I saw this headline yesterday, and I just felt like old man yelling at the clouds. I was like, what
I do
purpose?
give that group a lot of credit because they have taken this trick shot thing and ran with it.
Yeah.
Like they have made
Now
it.
look at this. Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, they've made it next level. Whereas,
Yeah. That's why I was kind of shocked. Like, wow, Dude Perfect's at the level of going on NFL broadcast.
I'm pretty impressed with their business acumen and their marketing and all that. I mean, they do have talent in that aspect of it. Funny. I mean, I think Coach is setting a low bar there.
You want to take a guess at their net worth?
It's in the millions.
Oh yeah,
37.
Not bad.
I'll go 26.
38 million.
38. You're all too low. Dude Perfect is
66.
a sports and comedy entertainment brand that has a net worth of $50 million. They boast over 57 million YouTube subscribers on their channel.
How long have they been doing this?
I feel like since like 2010, maybe.
57 million YouTube followers. Yeah, I guess I see why Amazon had interest in that. If you can convert any of them, I didn't realize they were that big. 57 million. That's wild.
Is Amazon looking for 1 minute movie reviews? I mean, I'm available. Amazon.
Yeah.
Very, very
That's
available.
impressive.
57
That's
million.
a lot, man.
And
like you really don't realize how hard it is to get to 1,000 subscribers.
So they started in
Let alone
2009.
Yeah, they've been in the game for a while. And YouTube was started in 2006.
Yeah.
I want to say. So they were one of the first. And they were the first in terms of trick shots, probably.
They were Texas A&M students together, it appears. Wild to me. That's where we're at now. The Dude Perfect is going on NFL broadcast.
People that got on the ground floor of the YouTube movement, like them, the Mr. Beasts, the Joe Rogans, that just stuck with it and saw the vision of it. I mean, they are reaping the benefits and then some.
Yeah.
Because it's just like they're just flowing in cash.
Yeah, you're going to see me in the parking lot later with a camera and a basketball, just throwing it at the courts we have back here.
Yeah.
Find my way on the Thursday.
His new YouTube channel called Douche Perfect.
Oh, come on. Uncalled for.
Oh, man.
That wasn't bad.
That
wasn't bad.
So what do you think about Amazon in general, though, getting involved with the Thursday Night Football?
I like it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't hate it. I like someone other than the big three kind of getting involved a little bit. Maybe they can bring some new technology because, that's a limitless bank account they're working with there. So maybe they experiment. They have some freedom to kind of be that fourth new guy and try some stuff, which they're clearly doing with Dude Perfect here. But maybe something cool comes from it.
But they were doing stuff already.
They just started. They were doing every other Thursday.
Like
I think it's every Thursday.
You could
Thursday.
simulcast it on.
Yeah.
On
I think
Amazon.
the last 2 years they've alternated with CBS on Thursday.
Yeah,
How'd you like it when you?
I liked it good. I mean, like there were some games where I had a hockey game, so I would set up my iPad on the bench, and I'd stream it through Amazon Prime. So, I mean, they did
That is cool that you can have it on your mobile.
That's
Pretty
what I mean.
easily.
Like, I would go out when I would hit up back in the day when I hit up Applebee's for half off apps on Thursday nights. Initially, it was like Twitter. Do you remember? Like Twitter had the Thursday night football. So while Applebee's has TVs, like they would always put us in the corner. No, nobody puts Patty in a corner. Well,
No,
they put
they
me in
don't.
a corner.
Yeah.
And I really couldn't see the TV, so I would just set up my phone and we would sit there and watch, pay attention because if the Eagles were playing, we weren't going. But if it was like the Bears versus the Seahawks, you're really only paying attention for fantasy purposes. So we would set up the phone and then we'd enjoy some, chicken wonton tacos.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
All right.
What's up?
Half off.
By the
That's
way,
living, baby.
Benjamin Bly says on Twitter, Bobby McFerrin lives in Philly.
No way.
Yes.
Really?
Now we got to get him on.
So, Pat, you might have to change your tune.
You might
Pat.
have
You
some
got to fight him at
explaining to do.
FanFest. Get in the ring.
You want him
Coach,
to fight
get
everybody
Bobby
at
McFerrin at
FanFest.
First of all, does Bobby McFerrin give a rat's ass
Yes.
that I
Now he
don't
does.
like his song? You know how much money he's made off that song? He does not care what I think of his song. I bet you he's even probably sick of playing that song. But he's made so much money off that he doesn't care about some, F-list sports radio guy
Bobby
ripping up his,
McFerrin? You don't
know that.
whistling thing. He doesn't
According to
care.
Google, net worth $4 million.
Yeah, and you know what? I bet you 3.95 million of that is from "Don't Worry, Be Happy," and the rest of the million is when "Don't Worry, Be Happy" ends up segueing into his next song. So I mean, come on,
He's
he doesn't
listening.
care.
I think he's listening.
He's not listening.
Sitting on the back, out back.
If I'm Bobby McFerrin, I'm a happy man.
Yep.
I'm good.
And look, we're talking about him.
Yep. I made it. It's one of the most iconic songs ever.
Yep.
Love it or hate it, Pat.
Got to talk about it. And we got to talk
I
about
just don't like it, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Hey,
it's not like I don't want to
tell
like
Bobby.
it. I want to.
When Connor gets him on tomorrow, tell Bobby. Because Bobby will be here 9:10 tomorrow.
Bobby Cooney? Is Bobby McFerrin replacing Bob Cooney? Is that the way that he finds us out?
great.
At 9:10. Yes, he is. Well, we're just kidding.
We have a big station announcement.
There you go. All right, we got to come back on the other side, the linchpin. We got to find out what the Phillies are doing a little bit more as we get closer to the trade deadline, 6 p.m. tonight. Still nothing. Still rumors. The linchpin with Jamie on the other side, the John Kincade Show. Good morning.
The John Kincade Show
You can't just tag "no offense" on the end of something horribly offensive and act like it's okay.
on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Cigars are not a safe alternative to cigarettes. Looking for a premium smoke? Then welcome to the world of Al Capone cigars, where we're keeping it real. Using only premium natural leaf wrappers, Al Capones are hand-rolled for a unique look and smooth flavor. From mellow to bold to the rich flavor of sweet cognac, Al Capone cigars stand out. Elevate your style with Al Capone My Way. Find us at alcaponecigar.com. That's alcaponecigar.com.
For over 35 years, Health Partners Plans has been proudly caring for people in the community. Our nationally recognized Medicaid plan offers a growing network of doctors and hospitals so you can get care close to home. Health Partners can help you get the care you need, including doctor and hospital visits, prescriptions, immunizations, eye and dental care, and more. To learn more, please call 1-800-553-0784 or visit hpplans.com. Health Partners, trusted care where and when you need it.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Spilled your milkshake? Quick, the quicker picker upper. Bounty picks up spills quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading Ordinary brand. So you can get back to your milkshake.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Bounty, the quicker picker upper.
At CSL Plasma, you can make up to $825 this month when you donate plasma at any of CSL Plasma's tri-state area donation centers. That's money you get on a reloadable, prepaid card for doing a good deed. Plasma donations help create therapies to treat patients with rare and serious diseases, and donations are needed now more than ever. The donation process is a lot like donating blood, with a nice chunk of change in your pocket when you're done. As a thank you for your time, you don't need an appointment to donate. Walk-ins are welcome.
Progressive Snapshot can save you money based on how you drive and how much you drive. So the safer you drive, the more money you could save. Now, if you didn't hear that because you were yelling at another car while driving, let me say it again. You need to calm down. Yelling is just making everyone as stressed out as you are and letting them all know that you definitely aren't trying to save with Progressive Snapshot. And if you did hear it the first time because you weren't yelling at another car, nice work. You'd love Snapshot from Progressive because it rewards safe drivers. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California and North Carolina or from all agents.
If you run a small business, efficiency has never been more important. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing small business savings. Call now to get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/22. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Restrictions apply. New business 50 megabits per second customers only. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply.
The crawl space under your home is a breeding ground for moisture and mold. So if water invades your crawl space, it can cause damage to your home's foundation and overall structure. So if you're struggling with moisture and water in your home's crawl space, you need to call the experts. Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions is the leader in waterproofing. They offer free consultations and foundation assessments. Mention John Kincade, get 15% off. Fanatic listeners, 15% off just for mentioning my name. Visit drytechcorp.com. Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Protect your investment.
This should be 8 by 7.
When it comes to closets, Janina's home organization business runs tip-top tidy.
Is the schedule right? I'm going to need help.
But she needs to reorganize and find a new assistant.
I know, it's your last week, but can you make sure the Hanson pantry's wrapped?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey guys, Andrew here to congratulate my friends over at Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey. They were just named SJ Magazine's best bridal jewelry store for 2022. Guys, listen, if you're looking to get engaged, Family and Company is the only place to go. The largest selection of designer jewelry, the best service, and the best prices. So go see my man Angelo at the showroom and tell him Andrew sent you, and they will take care of you. Online at FamilyJewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hello? Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 97.5 The Fanatic on Odyssey on your smartphone, Roku, LG Smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Thank God this is radio, or you'd have to be looking at my face. I'm too sexy for my shirt.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Oh, wow. How's that come back, Pat?
Now, this is a good song. LFO, baby, like funky ones. Shout out to R.I.P. to Rich. The other guy passed away, too. I forget his name.
You can't go good song on this after ripping Bobby McFerrin.
There's only one member of LFO left, so we got to respect that man for letting us know that he likes girls that wear Abercrombie and Fitch.
Right. Oh, God.
He'd take them if they had one wish. I mean, the lyrical genius of LFO cannot be lost on us.
Yeah.
I knew a great man named Paul Revere. I miss you, baby girl, when you're not here.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, that's poetry. That is poetry.
I like the color purple macaroni and cheese.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, that song.
Ruby red slippers and a bunch of trees.
Yeah, that song is one of the all-time bad boy band song trash.
Oh, I love that song.
Like, it's so bad it's good, though. Like, that song?
Sure.
That song is the musical version
the one we just came back
Yeah, that song's the musical version of The Room with Tommy Wiseau. They're like, you're tearing me apart, Lisa. Like, it's so bad. It's actually kind of good. That's where I put that song.
A quick little Phillies update. Don't expect Gene Segura joining I'm done with LFO. I'm sorry.
We're breaking down LFO,
No, we're
and
done.
you come in here with your sports stuff, nerd.
Gene Segura starting for the Iron Pigs in their 11:35 a.m. game today, so I wouldn't expect him in Atlanta. Maybe he rejoins the team Thursday.
Okay.
But encouraging. He's close, I would imagine.
All right.
So there you go.
And a little bit of just more Juan
No
Soto
trade updates
stuff.
for you.
Well, John Morosi says, I'm very confident Juan Soto will be traded today.
Yeah, here we go.
He was just listening to our last segment, heard Pat say, I'm confident he's not going to move, and John Morosi said, let me just squash that real quick.
Get ready for a monumental day in MLB, everyone.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he does end up going, no matter when he goes, it's going to be a Herschel Walker type, franchise setting up trade. And even then, they'll probably botch it. Just because it's so hard to replicate a 23-year-old.
Right,
that, his numbers are comparable to some of the all-time greats. So, I mean, good luck.
Cool.
Good luck.
Now the Padres are an NL powerhouse.
I can't understand how.
Big time.
Not that the Nationals have fans. Like, I personally know one Nationals fan, like
I know a
diehard
couple.
guy that, transferred over from the Expos. But not that.
Transfer from the Expos?
Yeah, he was a big Expos fan, and then he became an Nationals
Yeah,
fan.
I know some DC people that were just happy to not have to root for the Orioles.
Yeah, so, like, no, this guy's like I mean, I remember in college, he had some like, really bust out T-shirts, like jerseys that would make you blush. But it's a good thing they really don't have a strong fan base, because imagine having a transcendent player in Bryce Harper and you offer him an annuity. And I get the Bobby Bonilla stuff, but like when 90% of your contracts come in when the age of 60, like it's not really desirable to anybody when you're getting guaranteed money. So you let him go. And then you get Juan Soto and you're doing the same thing. Like, at what point does the ownership just, I don't know, get a clue?
Is it Ted Lerner that owns them? I think he can afford it too.
About right. All these owners can afford it.
Yeah, Ted Lerner, his net worth is $4.1 billion.
Like, this is what
Stop
makes
deferring money until they're 60, you dumbass. Actually, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I love what you're doing, Ted.
Yeah, why are we giving them advice?
Keep it up, Ted. You're doing great, sweetie.
This makes me appreciate John Middleton even more.
Okay.
Like, John Middleton, to a certain sect of the fan base, can get a bad rap at times. Like, we don't have this problem in Philadelphia.
No, we don't.
There's no way John Middleton would have let Juan Soto or Bryce Harper.
The problem is that we never get
those guys. You're right.
It's
You're
the
right.
farm system problem here. It's not the spending of the money.
And
here.
Jamie nailed it. Jamie absolutely nailed it. You were correct.
So that's our problem.
It's turning around, though. I mean, Abel and Painter look. At least Painter looks the real deal.
I mean, it's the first time they've had 3 or 4 prospects in the MLB Top 100 in a decade plus. So that is a positive sign. But yes,
it's turning around a little
so
bit.
tired of them not having young guys.
I know,
to
right?
Talk about. We talk about all these other young players that are
at the All-Star game. I'm watching Rodriguez on Seattle, and then you see Soto, and it's just like Vlad Guerrero Jr. It's just these young superstar players everywhere you look in the league. And then I'm going, all right, so who's the closest Philly to this level in the last 20, 25 years? It's got to be one of Rollins, Howard, or Utley, and even they weren't like that level. Howard kind of got there in his 5-year run, but even he wasn't like a face of the game ever. You know what I mean?
He was a face of Subway.
That's a good point.
It's amazing. A normal trend that
I love Ryan Howard and Jimmy Rollins and Chase Utley for the record.
You hate him. It's fine.
Yeah, but he's not Tatis Guerrero.
Word's getting out. A normal trend with the Phillies is the international market opens up. The Phillies give somebody $2.5, $3 million. Maybe Jalen Ortiz gets $4 million. And then fast forward 2 years later, and they're hitting 200 at A-ball. And whether it be Archimedes Gamboa or Luis Garcia or Jalen Ortiz, it's just like, I mean, they're scouting. They put so much money into what people don't see is they put a ton of money into their international academies.
It can't
make
all
this
be
place
scouting,
desirable.
though. At some point, there has to be a development issue
There
with
does, but
like even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
But to your point, like I remember when a year ago we were talking about Vlad Guerrero Jr. and you go, don't you just sign that guy based on like,
name alone,
pedigree alone? Yeah. Your name.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just go, okay, let me throw some cash at that. I mean, no, you give $4 million to Jalen Ortiz. It's there's really no defending it at all.
No.
So it's I mean, but hey, they got Carl Crawford. They got Justin Crawford. Carl Crawford's
There you
good.
go.
So we got that going for us.
Got that going.
I like a bloodline.
Well, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going with some bad Phillies talk with the linchpin right here.
This is the linchpin.
Yeah, look, I know nothing's happened, and we still have another 11 hours, 10 hours, whatever the hell it is, until the trade deadline. But it's clear there's not going to be a needle move coming, I don't think. I think it's just going to be low level.
Disappointing.
Yeah, kind of. I get it in a way because at this point, if Soto goes to the Padres, just pack it up. You're not beating the NL anyway, so what's the point?
That wasn't. I mean, was that the goal this year anyway? The goal was to get in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you want to win
when
the World
you spend
Series.
$224 million,
Totally
you should
get it.
expect
But
a good run.
I agree with you, but that doesn't. But this is the start of the run.
But the point of this is this trade deadline has just been extreme jealousy for me. The Phillies drive me the most insane of any of the 4 local teams, and it's not particularly close. Like everything they do probably irks me more than it should.
More than the Flyers, dude?
Yes, because I care more about them.
Okay, that's fair.
You see real things maybe with them if they do the right stuff.
Yeah, like I'll be honest, Flyers are the distant fourth to me. Phillies were probably
Flyers are your fifth behind the Union.
Yeah, they probably are. The Phillies were my first love. Like growing up, I got the back end of Mike Schmidt, and Phillies have a special place in my heart. But they irritate the hell out of me. So this trade deadline has just been jealousy of the big clubs. When you look around, Cardinals, Padres, Brewers, Braves, all the big clubs. The clubs that spend money made pretty decent splashes. And I watch the Yankees, and I know it's the Yankees, and you can't really compare anyone to them. I was texting with my buddy Brian Hicks yesterday, and we were both just like, the Yankees did my exact pipe dream scenario that I wanted the Phillies to do. They got a stud bullpen arm. They got Frankie Montez to bolster the rotation, and they got Andrew Benintendi. They addressed outfield starting pitching bullpen, and they protected all of their top guys.
What are the Phillies doing?
I'm waiting.
All right.
And, I kind of set myself up for this 3 weeks ago when I said, just for once, be the freaking aggressor in the trade market. Go do something before the other teams you're competing with do it. And I should have known better. I should have known we were going to get to this point with 10 hours remaining.
No, but you were trending in that. We were all trending in that direction.
I thought it would be different.
Happen. Yes.
I thought Dave Dombrowski and the people he brought in to change the farm system and the developmental staff and the scouting and all this, they're all the right moves. So with that, I think part of me expected more change, more outside the box thinking, something different. And I thought there was a chance this trade deadline could be different. And he can still prove me wrong to a degree.
Still have time.
Still has time. So I'm not exploding yet. But I just looked around and I saw the Yankees do exactly what I wanted the Phillies to do. And granted, their farm system is better. I think they're 14th in baseball or 13th
going back
in
to
baseball.
that, huh?
That's what it all goes back to ever.
It does.
If the Padres
Every
get
time.
Juan Soto, it's because they have the prospects to get him. And I don't know. I guess I set myself up for failure thinking it might be a little different this year. It doesn't appear it's going to be.
I do wonder, could the Phillies could they make a run at Soto? And hear me out before jumping in and immediately say no, because I agree. The answer is no. But I do wonder, if they were, and they're not, the problem is they're not willing to do it. But if you're willing to trade your top 7 prospects, and I'm talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, take all those untouchables, could you get it done? And it's that combined with the fact that I don't think they're going to want to give another guy a $500 million, $600 million contract. But it does make me wonder, because I do like the top, this isn't going to shock anyone that listens to the show, I do like the top 5 prospects in their system. They're not all going to pan out, though. And
they'll be lucky if one of them becomes anything close to Juan Soto.
I mean, what the Phillies were able to do under Ed Wade and the drafting that he was able to do, the drafting and development, and making that 08 run primarily built off of homegrown talent that's the end game, right? That's what everybody goes for. But for every Jimmy Rollins and Chase Utley, there's Dave Coggin. A guy that just never amounted to anything. Gavin Floyd that flamed out. There's just so to the point, you're not going to hit on all those guys, and whoever the Nationals get, they're not going to hit on every single one of those prospects. But it would make me wonder if they really wanted to, could they get it done? Probably not.
Probably not.
But damn it, I'm going to
think about it.
But damn it, I'm going to dream about it.
Can't ignore it. You can't not.
It's in my head now.
You have to think about it.
It's inceptioned in there.
I bet if I went to the top 100 prospects in Major League Baseball, the Padres probably have 5 or 6, and the Phillies just got to 3 or 4.
I can do that for you.
Well,
and I'll count. Okay, I'll do it now. If you talk, give me a couple seconds.
I'll talk and tell you that whatever
San Diego
Pat
Padres
is
have the
21st
prospect in baseball.
All right, and that's brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. You may not always need a new water heater, but when you do, choose Bradford White.
Actually, I'm looking at it. It's not as impressive as I thought. They have the 52nd guy, which is the catcher.
That's it. Campono.
Yeah, and
so they have the 21st and 52nd. The problem is,
so it's not as good.
No, but the problem is a lot of the guys that they do have, like Mackenzie Gore, have graduated. They're not.
Okay.
They're no longer considered rookies,
Okay,
so they're
fair.
off the list.
Gotcha.
But they're studs. So in that sense, the package that if this deal gets done that they will be sending will be based off of young talent. It's not going to be
fair
slop.
All right. Well, a talent that the Phillies do currently have. An interesting part for his contract. Let's get to Pat's point of view.
This is Pat's point of view. Here's Pat.
Yeah, I completely forgot what I was going to talk about here, so I had to look at the show sheet. Shout out to Coach for printing that out.
There you go.
Appreciate that, Coach. Reese Hoskins, we talked about him a little bit yesterday. His contract situation. What do you think? What do you think about re-upping him this year for like the next 5? And I say it because the market isn't good this upcoming year for free agent first baseman. Derek Hall, they won't even throw in there against lefties.
Right.
They're like terrified of it. So he's not the future guy. And then on top of it, they don't have a first baseman in the pipeline. They just do not. This isn't a situation of when the Phillies signed Jim Thome, they had Ryan Howard at Lakewood, which albeit was A-ball. All right, so that was a long way away. But
So it's out of necessity. You know what you have. You know what you have. Get ahead of it and get them done. You know what you're going to get from him. We still look at him and say the up and down, but we do know that he is going to hit home runs.
You kind of know
what he's supposed to do.
He's inconsistent, but in a way, you know what you're getting from him.
Yes, he's going to play to the back of his baseball card.
Because of that, I think I'm re-signing him.
So Matt Olson signed an 8-year, $168 million deal with the Braves. He's not at that
He's not
level.
even close to being Matt Olson.
So if you
break that down, half.
I mean, if you did 5 years for $85-90,
would that satisfy you?
Does that? I think I'd be okay with that. If you had asked me 2 months ago, I probably would have said no. But having dove into the free agent first baseman coming up here, it probably makes more sense to me now than it did a couple days ago. So you have a yes from me.
Okay,
I would.
Yeah, I would too. I would jump in on that and give him that type of contract. He is who he is. We know who he is.
You know what you're getting with Rhys
Hoskins. You know exactly
Hoskins.
what you're getting from Rhys Hoskins, and you give him that type of contract.
Yeah.
You just run with it.
I mean, again, this is where I wish the Phillies could be outside-the-box thinkers like the Braves were with Matt Olson. Oh, we lost a cornerstone piece in Freddie Freeman. Let me just go snatch this really talented monster first baseman from a crap organization that sells players every single year and get him ahead of the curve where you weren't even thinking about it. We're sitting here going, oh, they lost Freddie Freeman. Awesome. Whoop. Matt Olson.
No problem.
Come on down.
Right.
And here's a contract.
Yeah, not the case if they lose Rhys Hoskins.
No. I don't expect some stellar, move coming from the Phillies.
No. Well, how about that? Got a little guest? Got a little guest in the studio.
Mother father.
Hey, I didn't touch it. Normally I would, but I left it alone. I didn't turn it up in here. I didn't turn it up in here.
What you do, man? It's good to see you guys.
You too, man. Rhys Hoskins' contract. Would you first baseman offseason, as Pat talked about next offseason?
Yeah.
Not a lot of names out there as he's up for a contract. Would you bring him back at a number like Jamie just laid out there? 5 years, 85, 90.
Here's the problem, right? Like
the first base is a logjam.
By the way, Anthony Gargano in the house.
Like, you get
that's
JT.
That's who that is.
Oh, okay. Bohm, Castellanos.
Yeah.
Like, you have a couple guys that stink
Hall
defensively.
too. I mean, a kid can,
Yeah, he can't hit lefties, though.
No, he can't touch it. He can't.
They don't even play him.
No, he's fight against, but he'll thrash righty. So you could get along. You can go and you could platoon. At first, there's a million things you could do. I'd hate to, he's a legitimate home run hitter, and I'd hate to lose the power. I got to be honest with you.
They need power.
He's a legitimate power hitter.
And that's why we all agree. You bring him back, he's just not at the level of, what was the contract? That
Matt Olson was 8 years, 168.
160? No.
The other option is
Olson's left-handed.
You bring him back on a 2 to 3 year deal, and at the end of it, JT might be your first baseman. That's the other option because Ohapi would be up. Ohapi would take over the catcher spot. JT would transition to first. Like that, they could do that, but that's kind of bold.
Yeah, but I don't think JT's got enough power to play first base.
Yeah, I don't know if he does either.
He does. Like, you need power in that position.
You can't have first and third as non-power positions.
No, he doesn't hit enough.
I don't disagree with what you're saying.
Does it bother you though? Hoppy might be a Mets fan.
He's a Yankees fan.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, there's a video of him in high school, actually. He caught a home run ball off of, it was CeCe. CeCe gave up a home run ball. He caught it, and he just threw it back and threw a rope to second base. And even the broadcast was like, Jesus, look at the arm on that fan. Turns out then he goes in like the 38th round or whatever to the Phillies, and they signed him. So, no, he's not a Mets fan.
Hey, disappointed that nothing has happened yet?
I think something's going to happen. I just don't think it's going to be what we...
No, it's not.
I think they're going to try. I know they're kicking around tires, but it's not the guys that...
Syndergaard or Tyler from Cincinnati, does that do much for you? I mean, it's an upgrade.
Molly,
and we brought him up earlier. It was reported that they're still kicking the tires there, the Phillies and the Twins.
I mean, he always had a good, when he Cincinnati, he got a live arm. I mean, the dude could get some strike. I mean, is he the difference maker? No.
Yeah.
We talk about Marco Gonzalez, and I mean, he'll give up big bombs in this park.
No thanks.
Driving you nuts.
I'm good.
Are you kidding me?
I'm good.
So what do you anticipate? You said something. But
Like
it's something like that.
Something disappointing.
It's so just disheartening.
They're going to go out and they're going to get a fourth starter.
The farm system.
You guys said it 100
It's the
times
farm
this
system.
morning. Yes.
It's always the farm
what are you
system
gonna
with the
do,
Phillies.
Right? Like, you can't blame Dombrowski because you're just starting to rebuild the thing.
Yeah.
Since you took over. It goes back to the curse of Clentak.
Yeah, I don't blame him for not wanting to torch the farm system when he has to rebuild the damn thing. You know, it's...
No, I get that.
You got to build it up a little bit, sprinkle in some homegrown talent on your current roster, hopefully in a year or two, and then after that, you can start trading some of these guys
You got
off.
an owner he's got big pockets, so
He does.
You just got to, again, if you could... I look at the 08, when they went all in, every one of those prospects, Carrasco,
Donald, Knapp,
Kyle
Drayback.
They traded everybody.
Marson.
And look, and they wound up with Halliday and Lee. And go ahead.
I asked the guys yesterday, in the last 25 years, name the prospect they traded away that bit you.
Anthony Gose.
No.
It's Travis D'Arnaud and Carlos Carrasco.
Yeah.
They're the
Michael
only two
Taylor.
guys that contributed at major league levels where you went, maybe.
Right.
But even then.
But you got Cliff Lee.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
who
Who you got was tremendously better.
And to your point, when they traded Cliff Lee, they got nothing back for him. Like the package they got back for
the old
Cliff Lee.
monster's about to unleash.
Philippe Aumont, Tyson Gillies, and J.C. Ramirez turned into absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, Philippe Aumont had a hell of a time with the Canadian national
He was
team.
9 feet tall, too.
Yeah, he was 6'9".
You were in love because you're a sizist.
Yes, I am a sizist.
Okay.
I am a sizist. I am.
What do you make of the Padres?
Marxists, I'm a sizist.
So Jordan Davis, obviously, right up your alley.
Jordan Davis.
Yeah, of course.
What do you make of the Padres going after maybe Soto and Bell?
Yeah, I mean...
Let's wave the white flag.
If you own a market, I don't care how small it is, that's a market, and that's a wealthy market. You're the only pro sports franchise in town.
Yeah.
And you got money there.
Yep.
So that
And
part
a
of Cali-
cool-ass stadium.
Right. They're going to go all... I respect it.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
I am, too.
Yeah, it
Well,
must
I
be
am
cool. It must be pretty cool.
Yeah, but again, they have a farm system. They have pieces to sell to be in that conversation. And this has just been
Goes right back there.
historically the
Goes
Phillies'
right back
problem
there. Yeah.
for decades upon
I
decades.
had to get out of the car. What did you say about Soto?
Oh, I don't think he gets moved today. I think he gets moved at the winter meetings.
Yeah, listen, that would be
But it
smarter.
looks like I'm going to be wrong. That was my thing. Was like you're getting a bidding war going in person.
Exactly. Like, why? How could you not? First of all, Soto gets moved and Kevin Durant is going to get moved. What the hell?
I mean, I'm at the winter meetings just holding court.
And Devontae Adams and great players.
Great players.
Just getting moved. Like
John Morosi just tweeted, it's down to the Padres,
Another
Cardinals, and Dodgers. The Blue Jays inquired, but they're not actively discussing anymore.
I was really hoping for a mystery team in there.
I was really hoping for the AL team to swoop in.
But that's that John Morrissey tweet. Like that's okay. I could have told you that. Those three teams have been mentioned with Soto this entire time. That's not news.
Guy, I got one football question for you guys.
Yes.
Because I'm trying to wrap my arms around this whole not tackling for the whole training camp.
Yeah.
Tell me why. Because I don't want to be a pighead. The bro knows I could be a pighead. Stone pighead.
I disagree with that.
And I don't want to be. I did a new leaf a couple of years ago. I'm like, I don't want to be pighead. I want to try to look at all angles. I'm struggling on the non-tackle thing, how that's a good idea. I mean, I understand health, but it is football, and
It's a big part of the game, tackling.
It is, yeah.
I mean, not like the defense was good last year.
Yeah, and look, we're not saying you have to do it like it used to be.
Right.
But it has to be a part of it because this is what you do. This is part of the game. Now, they will have it, of course, when you get to the preseason, but those guys are not going to play.
No, I'm talking about a camp where you're not tackling
I know.
a camp.
I know.
So
that's the new NFL,
my
right?
Anthony last night was hitting. He's 7th and 8th grade football, and they're physical. And I'm not saying anything other than it's camp football. It's camp. You got to tackle.
I don't know if they still do it, but probably 5 or 6 years ago, Coastal Carolina, when they were rebuilding that program, which is a really good program now.
It is.
They got rid of tackling entirely, and players loved it. They raved about it. They said they were the healthiest they've ever been. I think they got like the CEO of Ameritrade to be the head coach, and he just said, we're not doing this. And it sounds stupid at the time, but it ended up working out for the program. They ended up winning. Now, this is the NFL compared to college football, but players do seem to enjoy it, though, when you let the lack of tackling. They just say it's better for their bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll find out, right? We'll see.
Maybe. I like you guys go, all right, well, the health thing is one thing. I just still go, and I'm trying to get that old school thing, but that whole callus thing, building up calluses.
Oh, every
your body it has to get used to the physicality.
Every missed tackle, we're going to be going. We're going to be a Leonardo DiCaprio gif.
But I'm going to use this year as kind of like my final decision on it, if that makes sense. Because last year was so healthy, the healthiest they've been in 5 or 6 years.
But the defense sucked.
I know. But
so I don't know
but I attribute that to some of the learning curve of the new coach and personnel. This year, if they come out and are bad, then I'll probably be anti. But if they come out strong and stay healthy,
I agree with that.
I'll probably be in favor of it.
Listen, I think that's fair.
I think this is a judge's year.
They have a personnel. Listen, their personnel is so much better.
So much
right? So, yeah, I would agree with that.
So I'm going to use this year as kind of the basis.
I love Sirianni. So I do. I love the dude. And so I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm just trying. I was talking to a couple guys last night who are at camp and doing their own camps, and they were all like, that's interesting.
It's a little much.
It's different.
A little much.
Yeah, that's kind of the response.
Today they're in pads. I just saw pictures of the field. They're in pads, and they're just not going to tackle.
All right. Remember to support life-saving cancer research.
I tackle more here.
Join John and our generous partner, Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Dealers, in making donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today at 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR. Cancer research saves lives. Guys, it's been fantastic, man. Great job as always. Jamie Lynch, Pat Egan, Connor Thomas, and Haley Taylor. We thank Eric Camille as well. I'll be back tomorrow. It's my last day hanging out with you guys in the morning. So I'll be back tomorrow beginning at 6 a.m. with the guys. Coming up next, you just heard them. That's Anthony Gargano with Andrew Salchunas. The Midday Show. Phillies. Don't forget, trade deadline, 6 o'clock. So you know he's going to be covering that. And the Philadelphia Eagles. You see how excited he is, except for they're not hitting. He just tackled me. So I think that's making up for it as he walked here in the studio. Anthony Gargano, Andrew Salchunas coming up next, the Midday Show. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. Good morning.
The John Kincade Show.
Talking sense into people isn't really my thing. In fact, I'm better at the opposite.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hey guys, it's Andrew. Start the second part of the baseball season turning K's into cash and big hits into big wins with Vandal Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge. Now new customers can step up to the plate and make a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000.